Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Three people have been reportedly shot at the ICE field office in Dallas, Texas, and the shooter is reportedly down. CNN is reporting that at least 2 detainees were shot at the Dallas ICE facility. Hold on, I just saw an update here. So there's breaking news here. I just saw an update, so we're going to bring you live breaking news coverage. Kristi Noem posted 6 minutes ago, and Kristi Noem said, hang on, I'm going to show you here. She said, there was a shooting this morning at the Dallas ICE government field office. Details are still emerging, but we can confirm there were multiple injuries and fatalities. The shooter is deceased by a self-inflicted gunshot wound. While we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. Let's please pray for the victims and their families. Reportedly, the shooter was shooting from a nearby building, possibly a roof. But we are bringing you live coverage here. I'm hoping to have some video for you in a second here. So give me a moment. I'm just getting on the air and just getting organized, hoping to get some video for you soon that I have the rights to show you. So again, that is the post there from Kristi Noem. And the shooter is dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Let me also get on the screen. I'm going to show you a map of where this is. And let me also put up the ticker. Multiple people have been shot at the Dallas ICE field office. The shooter is dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Okay. Hang on one moment here. Details coming out about this incident. Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment here. We may go back and listen to, when we get a chance, we might go back and listen to earlier scanner traffic if I can pull it up. Again, multiple shot at the Dallas ICE office. The shooter is dead. CBS News Texas reports 3 people in critical condition. CBS News Texas reports 3 people are in critical condition. Here is what AP is reporting. Oops, I'll show you in a second. 3 people shot at immigration detention facility in Dallas, and the shooter is dead, officials said. 3 people have been shot at an immigration and U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement detention facility in Dallas, and the shooter is dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons confirmed the shooting during an interview on CNN Wednesday. It could be employees. It could be civilians that were visiting the facility. It could be detainees. Lyons said of those who were shot, at this point, we're still working through that. Give me a moment here. CNN reports at least 2 detainees were shot. CNN, at least 2 detainees were shot at the Dallas ICE field office. All right, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. I'm going to show you on a map where this is right now. (8101) North Stemmons Freeway. Let me show you what this looks like. You can see a map right here. Hang on. It's right here, right next to the I-35E. U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. Field office. Again, I'm awaiting a live shot of some sort. So hang on one moment. Oh, Fox News says no ICE agents shot or hurt. Fox News right now says no ICE agents shot or hurt. That is being reported right now by Fox News. No ICE agents shot or hurt. Now, I don't know who was the person was. I don't know what the motive is. So there's the question of who was shot, and there's the question of why the person was shooting. Who were they trying to shoot? I have no idea. So I just want to caution you on that as well. Is that who was shot and who was intended to be shot are two different questions. Give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. Okay. So CNN is reporting that 2 detainees were shot. Fox News is saying that no... Fox News says victims are ICE detainees. Fox News, victims are ICE detainees. So again, Fox News is saying that victims are ICE detainees. Hold on. Give me a moment. I'm seeing another report too. Let me see if I can... So Fox is reporting that the people shot were ICE detainees. CNN is reporting that at least 2 people shot were ICE detainees, people that they have captured and bring in. Okay? And Fox News says no ICE agents were shot or hurt. So was this person targeting detainees? Also, CNN says no ICE officers were injured in the attack. CNN says shooting motive remains unknown. All ICE officers are accounted for. Breaking news. NBC News is saying 2 detainees killed, 1 hospitalized. NBC News says 2 detainees killed, 1 hospitalized at ICE office in Dallas. I'm looking at it right now. That's on MSNBC headline. Oops, sorry. You know what? Look at what happened here. I rushed on the air so fast, my shirt was messed up. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I just rushed to get on the air as fast as I could, and I didn't even notice that. Sorry about that. 2 detainees killed, 1 hospitalized, according to MSNBC. So Fox says it was all detainees shot. If I have that right. Well, Fox said yes. Fox said the victims are detainees. MSNBC said, I'm quoting here their headline, 2 detainees killed, 1 hospitalized. And CNN reports that no ICE agents were that no ICE officers were injured in the attack. Okay, so multiple reports say that no ICE officers were shot. Is it true that the victims are all detainees? Was the person targeting detainees? And was it targeting detainees? One of our viewers was suggesting it could be a gang attack or something. So there is the possibility that somebody was specifically targeting specific people. That's a whole other question. Was somebody targeting specific people for a specific reason? That I don't know. Let me put on my headline. Fox News and CNN report that no ICE agents were shot. Fox News says the victims are all detainees. MSNBC says 2 detainees have been killed. Okay, Reuters reports right here. You can see here they say the shooter was found dead on the roof of a nearby building. ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons says preliminary information is a possible sniper. Kristi Noem said there were multiple injuries and fatalities and the shooter is dead. Now, she said the obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. So far, Fox is saying that the victims are all ICE detainees and that no officers have been hit. Both CNN and Fox are saying no ICE officers were hit. So as soon as I have a live shot that I can show you, of the area, I will show it to you. I don't have that yet. I'm expecting to get something I can show you. Okay. According to the New York Times, Tricia McLaughlin of Homeland Security told Fox News that no agents were shot. She said a law enforcement was not injured. Yeah, I don't know if the shooter was targeting particular people. One of our viewers raised the possibility that the shooter didn't know who they were shooting at. Like, as I said, who was shot and who was the shooter trying to shoot are two different questions. MSNBC claims that two detainees were killed, and they said one hospitalized. Trying to get the latest updates here. At least 3 shot. I'm going to say at least 3 shot because that's multiple reports say that. But this is still, news is still coming out about this. No, I have not seen a press conference yet or anything. This is the ICE field office in Dallas, Texas. The ICE field office in Dallas, Texas. That is where this happened. The shooter was, one report says the shooter was found on a nearby rooftop. This isn't, this was quite early as well. Hang on, oops. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. All right, so we're bringing you the latest coverage here. At least 3 people, according to multiple reports, have been shot at the Dallas ICE field office. You can see right there, 3 people shot at immigration facility in Dallas, and the shooter is dead, officials said. 3 people have been shot It's at the ICE field office in Dallas. The shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, the agency's director said. Fox is saying all shot were detainees. Fox News. CNN also says that no ICE agents were shot. 6:41 a.m. The Dallas fire. This is how early this was. The Dallas Fire Rescue Department was dispatched at 6:41 a.m. After a call reporting a shooting at or near the immigration office, said department spokesman Jason L. Evans. He said he didn't have any confirmed details, calling it an active and ongoing incident. Wow. So AP says, says, how to put this? First responders were dispatched to the Dallas ICE shooting at 6:41 a.m. local time, reports AP. That's early, obviously. I mean, 6:41 a.m. Reportedly, the shooting was first reported around 6:41 a.m. local time. Breaking news. Breaking news. NBC News reports two ICE. This is from Tom Winter, NBC News. This is the report I saw on MSNBC. Tom Winter, NBC News, and MSNBC are both reporting 2 ICE detainees are dead and a third wounded in the hospital. Okay? So, NBC News, just to confirm, I told you it was in their headline. Well, Tom Winter from NBC News is reporting it as well. And Gabe Gutierrez from NBC News. 2 ICE detainees are dead and a third wounded. So multiple outlets say the victims are detainees. Oh, Dallas Police has posted about this. We got a post from Dallas Police. AZ Intel, thanks for the heads up that Dallas Police has posted about this. Let me show you what the Dallas Police Department said. Here, this is from Dallas Police. Hold on. On September 24th, 2025, at about 6:40 a.m., Dallas Police responded to an assist officer call in the 8100 block of North Stemmons Freeway. The preliminary investigation determined a suspect opened fire at a government building from an adjacent building. 2 people were transported to the hospital with gunshot wounds. 1 victim died at the scene. The suspect is deceased. Okay, breaking news. The shooting happened around 6:40 a.m. local time. The shooter opened fire from a nearby from the roof from an adjacent building. So 3 shot. That's what they're saying. They're saying 3 shot and the victim shot himself. Assuming it's a he. Again, we don't know the motive. We don't know if the shooter was targeting detainees or targeting particular people. We just don't know right now. Again, NBC News is reporting that 2 ICE detainees are dead and a 3rd is wounded in the hospital. I don't know yet when the press conference will be. This happened around 6:40 a.m. Oh, AZ Intel says that the New York Post has an update. Thanks, AZ Intel, for mentioning that. Okay, yes. The New York Post says at least 3 detainees have been killed. That's what New York Post claims. They said, the New York Post says that at least 3 immigrants were hit as they were being led into the facility to be processed. So the New York Post says, the New York Post claims that they were being led into an ICE facility, led into the facility. That's what the New York Post says. I can't confirm that. Thanks to AZ Intel for the heads up about that. So multiple reports say that the people shot were that the victims were all detainees. Well, we're going to go back when I get a moment, we're going to go back and maybe listen to the scanner replay. I mean, right now the shooter is confirmed dead. And the victims, so I don't have the scanner on right now because the incident is not an active incident right now. The shooter is dead. But I will shortly go back and replay the shooter. We're going to replay some of the scanner traffic. And the shooter has been dead for a bit. I mean, when we came on the air, the shooter had already been reported dead. Oh, I don't even, by the way, I don't even know what kind of scanner traffic I have access to be honest. There is a Dallas City Police one though, but not many people are listening to it. I'll have to go back and check it out. Wow. Well, certainly condolences to the families of those who were killed and thoughts with anybody who was injured in this horrible shooting. Let me again show you. This is the U.S. ICE field office in Dallas. I looked it up before, and I saw that there was one field office in Dallas. Let me show you guys this. Well, you're not going to see it there. Look, ICE offices, filter by state, Texas. Dallas. See that? There's 2 listed for Dallas, and this is the field office. There is one field office in Dallas at 8101 North Stemmons Way. That's the Dallas field office, and that's what it looks like via Google Maps. Next to I-35 East. Yeah, same address. That is the Dallas field office. Perp in yellow says, why would the shooter wake up and do this? Again, this was around 6:40 a.m. We do not have a motive. We are bringing you live coverage. Breaking news, Dan Bongino. Here is a post from Dan Bongino, the Deputy Director of the FBI. Dan Bongino says, the FBI is fully engaged in conjunction with our state and federal law enforcement partners at the crime scene in Texas. This happened about 2 hours ago. NBC News says all 3 people shot were detainees at the facility. I'm going to say multiple reports say the 3 shot were all detainees. I'm going to change this to 3 detainees reportedly shot at ICE field office in Dallas. because that's what we've been hearing. Different reports on whether the fatalities. CBS News says 1 is dead and 2 is in critical. Well, I'm sorry. Dallas police said that 1 dead and 2 were wounded, but that was posted about 20 minutes ago by Dallas police. NBC News says 2 dead, 1 wounded. The New York Post claims that 3 detainees are dead. So we have different numbers, but multiple outlets are saying that 3 people were shot. We do not have a motive. By the way, I want to say thanks to our moderators who are here. Ruth Krafasi is here. Thank you, moderating, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Also, thank you to, give me a moment here. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, and Papa Bear moderating over on Twitch. Thank you. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, and Charlotte Webb on Facebook. Thank you. And also, I want to say a couple quick thank yous to Sean, the producer, Siddharth Loco Chab, Ukra King, Tonya Bologna, Rendering, Casey Promise, Tony Wibley, Stump VR, Twisted Metal, Lukava, Avatane, Bob Newth, did I say Rendering? CJ Lars, Sir Pepe, AZ Intel's dad, Ellie Lissetti, Debbie James, Joe Floyd, and Carrie. And also Anarchy and Bedrock on Twitch, Donut Catnap, Xanthrin, Pragmatic Realist. Thank you. All right, so let's get you the latest updates. Again, a shooter shot at the ICE facility, a shooter from a nearby building, reportedly from the roof of a nearby building, at around 6:40 a.m. this morning, started shooting at the ICE facility, the ICE field office in Dallas. 3 detainees are reportedly shot. Hearing 1, 2, or 3 people dead, and the shooter dead. The shooter dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. No. Hey guys, there's supposed to be an update. The Dallas police said they're going to give some sort of update in the field at in about 10 minutes. So I don't have access to the live video right now. If I get it, I will let you know. But there's going to be an official update from police shortly. We should get some more information. Although I don't know, for all I know, they might just read the press release that they might just read the post that they posted on X about 20 minutes ago. Okay. So there is supposed to be some sort of update by the police. They didn't say press conference. They said that they would give sound in about 10 minutes, the police, which might be them, just reading the statement from that they posted on their social media. Not Tom Larson, and some of our viewers are saying, is it a cartel hit? I do not know if the people who were shot, the reportedly 3 detainees, were being targeted specifically. That we do not know. It's a fair question. We do not know. J.D. Vance earlier today had post about the obsessive attack on law enforcement. Now, to be clear, it is being reported, including by Fox News, that no law enforcement were shot. So let me just show you this here. Vice President Vance said the obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families. Kristi Noem also had said that the Homeland Security Secretary said, we know our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. So to be clear, multiple reports say no ICE officers were hit. But we don't know what the motive is yet and who the shooter was. Fox News just posted that 2 are dead and the shooter died and no ICE officers were injured. That's what Fox News just posted. This was during a detainee transfer. Fox News says the shooting reportedly occurred as ICE officers were transferring detainees into the facility. Wow. Again, Fox News says they were, again, that's echoing the New York Post, what the New York Post says. The shooting reportedly occurred as ICE officers were transferring detainees into the facility. Detainees are victims. So again, Fox News is reporting that this happened while detainees were being transferred into the facility. So I guess maybe a vehicle pulled up and the detainees were taken out of the vehicle and being led inside. That's what's being reported by Fox News and New York Post. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hey guys, I think I might be getting some video. I'm getting some video here. Hold on. I'm going to get you some live video. I'm going to get you some live video right now. Hold on. And I'm going to get you live video right now coming up if I can. If I can get this to work. Hang on. Can I get it to work in time? I'm trying. I'm really trying. There it is. Getting you the AP feed. All right, hold on. Hold on a moment. Live video momentarily coming up. Looks like we will have the statement live as long as this works. Hang on a moment. It takes a second. Thanks for your patience. I got the live shot. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. There it is. There it is. That is live in Dallas right there via Associated Press.
Yeah, I got it.
We got microphones live in Dallas. We are waiting a statement from police.
Angélica. Pendiente cuando tengas la conferencia.
Thank you to Dan and Maggie.
Voy a hacer un match, a ver si me escuchas ahí.
Okay, so we're waiting for a statement from police. You see microphones there?
Voy a hacer un match para abajo. Es una llave.
Okay, so again, we're waiting for a police statement here. This incident happened around 6:40 a.m. at the Dallas ICE field office, where reportedly 3 detainees were shot as they were being transferred into the facility. No ICE officers were shot. The suspect was reportedly found, well, the suspect is dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Reportedly, he was found on the roof of a nearby building. NBC News says 2...
The mayor is on his way, so we're waiting for a few more minutes. I don't have an exact ETA, but he's on his way. So if you can just bear with us for just a minute.
They just said the mayor is on his way. The mayor is on his way. We're waiting for the mayor. CBS News, breaking news. CBS News also is now reporting, according to Camilo Montoya Galvez, CBS News is saying 2 detainees who were in ICE custody were shot and killed, and 1 person is hospitalized. So CBS News is also now reporting that 2 detainees were killed.
Creo. Van a poner a Miguel Ángel acá, más la toma que yo tengo de la conferencia. Arregla tu toma porque Miguel Ángel se pone ahí.
We are waiting for an update from authorities shortly. He's moving, the person is moving the microphone slightly. They're putting a podium out there. We will be getting the live update from authorities shortly. CNN reports that this facility is used normally to process detainees before they go to a detention center.
No. Con la cámara que tengo la conferencia.
Well, we will get more information in the coming moments when authorities speak. AP says the ICE facility is along Interstate 35 East, just southwest of Dallas Love Field, which is a large commercial airport.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Hey. 1, 2, 3. Hey. Mic check. Can you hear me? Good. Sale.
Nice.
Check 1, 2, 3. Hey. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Español. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hola. Check. 1, 2, 3. Hey. Got it? All good?
Update from police shortly. One of our viewers just said, why shoot the detainees? It is unclear why this is happening. We do not know. Certainly, it seems possible that the person was specifically targeting detainees, given that reportedly it was all the victims are detainees and none are the officers. I'm sure the umbrella will be moved for the press conference.
Sí, sí, sí. Él está de espalda ahorita, está al lado de un rubio. Sí, él cuando vea que ya se acerca el jefe de la policía, él se pone al frente de la cámara de Alberto.
Yes, Dallas is Central Time.
I check everybody. Check, 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
It is 9:08 a.m. in Dallas. This shooting reportedly happened around 6:40 a.m. That's how early it was. Around 6:40 a.m. Awaiting press conference. I'm going to put that on the screen too. We are awaiting the press conference. Thank you, by the way, to the Vladinator. Did this person do this at 6:40 a.m. because they were targeting? Was this person targeting the people they shot? Did they know these people would be transferred at 6:40 a.m. or so? Was it somebody who was just targeting the ICE office? We'll see if police have answers. Will police identify who the shooter is? I have not heard an identity for the shooter.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, hey, hey, hey. Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me? 1, 1, 1. Check, check, check.
¿Te escuchas el audio ahí, no, Omar? ¿Me escuchas?
Check, check, check.
Ok, listo.
Check, check, check.
Ok, ahí viene.
6, 1.
Fox News said that the victims were killed. The victims were shot while ICE officers were transferring detainees into the facility.
Is there a local Fox reporter here? Yes, she's around here. She's in a little brown dress.
Again, Fox News says the shooting happened as detainees were being transferred into the building.
Is the local Fox photographer here? Yeah, back here. Thank you.
Hang on, I don't know why we're hearing. Let me turn the sound down for a second. We're good. few minutes ago, they said the mayor was on his way. I haven't seen a post from Cash Patel yet. Dan Bongino of the FBI, Deputy Director, said that the FBI was fully engaged in conjunction with our state and federal law enforcement partners. Did the shooter leave a message, one of our viewers said. I do not know. There's been no reporting on that. Thank you again to all of our moderators as we are waiting for the press conference. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Thanks also Who Shot JR. On Twitch. Thanks to Ruth Krafasi, who is moderating on YouTube right now. Thank you. Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha on X. On Facebook, Charlotte Webb, thank you for moderating. I, like you, I'm waiting to hear what we hear from the authorities.
Facebook Live, los dos están en Facebook Live.
You know, back in July of this year, there was an attack on a Texas immigration center, detention center outside of Dallas, about 40 miles outside of Dallas. That was the night of the 4th of July, in which an officer was shot. And multiple people were arrested for that. That was a different facility. In the reporting we've heard so far says that all the victims were detainees and not officers. Oh, by the way, somebody said in the headline you could read it as 3 detainees shot at the offices. No, 3 detainees were shot. So we'll do that to clarify. Homeland Security just reported, Homeland Security just posted, "This violence against our law enforcement must stop." Homeland Security just posted, "This violence against our ICE law enforcement must stop." But to be clear, the reporting we have heard from multiple outlets say that no ICE officers were hit. But Homeland Security about 2 minutes ago posted, "This violence again," they said there was, "This morning at the Dallas ICE field office, there was a shooting resulting in multiple injuries and fatalities. The shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This violence against our ICE law enforcement must stop." Hold on. Then they just posted now, Homeland Security, "Details are still emerging." They said, in this post 3 minutes later, Homeland Security said, "Details are still emerging. We can confirm there were multiple injuries and fatalities." They also said this attack occurred as ICE law enforcement is facing a 1,000% increase in assaults against them. But the clip in the video that that Homeland Security posted in this new post is literally a Fox News clip with the headline, "No ICE agent shot or hit." Well, hopefully we'll get some clarification in the moments ahead when we get the press conference. Thank you, by the way, to Andy Crabtree, Temi Dank, Robin, Deus Volt, Iroquois, Malta McMurchie, I Am Valentina. I Am Valentina says prisoners are usually detained and unloaded in a safe area. Well, I can't confirm that, but I don't know if it's normally assumed that there's nobody on a nearby roof. I mean, the shooter was not at the facility, from what we've heard. They were shooting from a nearby building. Anyways, so I don't know if they thought they were in a safe location. We'll have to see what the authorities say. Thank you, I Am Valentina. Our viewer Eliezer says, how do we know this wasn't someone that wanted to kill illegal immigrants? We don't. We don't know who the person was who did the shooting, and why they did this. We do not know this right now. We are waiting to hear more from authorities. NBC News says the shooter shot from a nearby roof. NBC News says the shooter shot from a nearby roof, according to an ICE spokesperson, and the shooter struck only detainees, but it's unclear whether they were targeting those detainees. That's from NBC News. Oops.
I have a photo, my check. Wow, amiguete, muy parado. Listo.
Oh, they fired on the Dallas field office's sally port or secure entryway. NBC News reports the shooter fired on Dallas ICE field office's sally port or secure entryway from nearby roof. Only detainees hit, but unclear if the detainees were being targeted. That's according to NBC News. So again, NBC News says the shooter fired from a nearby roof down on the field office's sally port. Which is a secure entryway. You know, one of our viewers said they thought that normally detainees would be transferred in a secure area. Well, NBC is reporting this was a secure area.
Hey JD, my picture's up. I'm sorry. Hey Lisa, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
So to repeat, the NBC News is saying that the shooter fired from a nearby roof down into this secure entryway. Multiple outlets, including Fox News, say the detainees were being unloaded, were being transferred to the facility. Well, transferred in or out? Fox said they were being transferred into the facility. So did this shooter know when generally transfers took place? Were they targeting this particular transfer or no? I have no idea. Thank you, by the way, to Rick and Sinful Clam and Rick and Chris D and Let's Go Brian and Accident Seller and Andy Crabtree. Again, we do not know what the motive was, who this person was targeting. Were they trying to target detainees? We have to wait and see what the authorities say. Anna, I have a report here from Anna Giartelli with the DC Examiner, Washington Examiner. She says no ICE personnel were shot. Victims were 3 detainees who had been at the field office for processing, which means they would likely have been eventually taken to another detention center after that. Fox News says there are 2 dead of the 3 shot, and they also say they are detainees. Unless they updated their story. Let me see. Well, now they're saying 1 was killed. At least 1 was killed. 1 was killed. So we'll have to see. NBC News says 2 was killed. Oh, CBS News also say 2 detainees were killed. So we're still waiting for this to start. You know, a while ago they said that the mayor was on his way. And they were waiting for the mayor. Maybe they're waiting for somebody else. By the way, I would not at all be surprised if there are surveillance videos of this shooting, given that it happened at an ICE facility, right? So there very well could be a number of surveillance videos showing where the shooting happened. If not the shooter. The shooter was, there might be surveillance video of the shooter, reportedly on a nearby rooftop. The shooter killed him or herself. Self-inflicted gunshot wound. Why did this person go on to a nearby rooftop, apparently, and start shooting reportedly down at a secure area in the ICE facility at around 6:40 in the morning and shoot 3 detainees and then kill themselves? 30 minutes? Uh-oh. They just gave a, they said about 30 minutes for the press conference. Well, you know, earlier the police posted they were going to have something at 10 Eastern time. Literally, the police posted, sound will be given at 9 a.m. near the intersection of Empire Central and Stemmons. So there was supposed to be some sort of on-camera thing 36 minutes ago. Now they just said 30 minutes. So one of our viewers mentioned to me, thanks to the viewer, Matthew
Hey
Felty.
Paul, it's Jamie. Hey, just say.
Matthew Felty mentioned that.
So they just said, I don't know if you heard,
Hold on.
they said it'll be 30 minutes. Do you want me to stay live or come down?
They're talking to the camera.
I don't know. I think I was close to 90 when I started. I can still sort of see. It looks like I've got battery, so I'll just keep going then.
sounded like she was
Okay.
wondering,
Okay. I'll
should
just
I
stay
take
where I am then.
should I take the camera down for the battery's sake? But sounds like they're going to leave the camera up and just wait. So Fox 4 Dallas, as Matthew Felty mentioned, Fox 4 Dallas says FBI sources told Fox 4 the shooter fired into an unmarked van transporting detainees. Now, we haven't heard that elsewhere. That's the first I've heard of that. Fox 4 Dallas said FBI sources told Fox 4 the shooter fired into an unmarked van transporting detainees. We don't know if that's true. That's the first I've heard of that. I have it right here. Fox 4 News just posted on their X account, shooter fired into unmarked van transporting ICE detainees. Detainees were struck inside the van. 2 people inside were killed and 1 was injured. So again, that is being reported by Fox 4 News Dallas. They are claiming that the shooter fired into an unmarked van transporting ICE detainees, and detainees were struck inside the van.
Active scene still down the right part. Too crowded. You can still see an enormous amount. Some have left, but still.
How many rounds were fired? That I do not know. Were the victims Tren de Aragua? We do not know anything about the victims. The only reports I have heard is that they were detainees. We are still awaiting the press conference with more details about 3 people shot Three detainees reportedly shot at an ICE facility at the ICE field office in Dallas, Texas. Several reports say 2 of them are dead. Also, the shooter killed him or herself with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Reportedly, the shooter was firing from the roof of a nearby building. This happened around 6:40 a.m.
Can you hold my umbrella for just a second over this camera? I just want to check something real quick.
Thank you, Nina Drew, and Nellie Gandela, and Pab, and Yinzer, and D-Man, and the Vladinator.
I was afraid like my computer was getting soaked. I think I probably didn't close it because I was flustered. But
Also, Joe. Thank you, Joe. For those wondering, the temperature in Dallas is 72 degrees Fahrenheit right now. But it is raining, as you can see. Like you, I am waiting to hear what we hear. I have not heard any reporting about who this shooter was. You know, I'm gonna disappear for about 10 seconds. Give me about 10 seconds here, guys. Hold on. Thank you.
thank you so much. I said do for 30 minutes for the news, or so maybe about 10.
She said she thinks it'll be about 10 minutes, if it's on time. So this camera, they might be like replacing the battery, just so you know. This is the AP camera. So before the camera, I think we heard the camera person saying like, "Oh, should I go down before the presser?" Now what's happening up there? Oh, maybe they replaced it. I don't know. But there it is. It's back. Tricia McLaughlin with DHS told Fox News that it looks like the shooter could have been watching to look at the processing and see what happens on a day-to-day basis at this Dallas field office, but it is being investigated.
Muchachos, estamos ahí como que ya viene. No, todavía no. Todavía no. Dale. Aquí estoy con la...
They put plastic over the microphones to keep them dry. To repeat, Fox 4 Dallas claims, this is the only outlet I've heard this from, Fox 4 Dallas says the shooter fired into an unmarked van transporting the ICE detainees, and that detainees were struck inside the van.
Mira, este es mucho mejor porque corre.
Hang on a moment. AZ Intel said Carol Markowitz, is that her name, identified a suspect? Carol Markowitz? So Carol Markowitz, who is with the Post and Fox News, New York Post and Fox News, she is claiming, and look, she has a pretty good track record on these type of things. She is claiming the shooter is Joshua John, Jahn, 29 years old. And thank you to AZ Intel on X for posting that. I didn't see it when Carol initially posted it. Carol Markowicz, who is with the New York Post, columnist with New York Post and Fox News. And she has gotten these type of things correct before. She is reporting that the shooter's name is Joshua John, Jahn, and he's 29 years old. For whatever that's worth.
I had a notification come up and I tried to erase it and then it went to the notification, but it looks like it's still right. Or, okay.
Ya yo está sin nada. Si quieres conectar yo.
Oh,
Ya yo está sin nada. Que la haga algo con Alberto. Ponte al frente con Alberto. Para que vayas hablando. Estoy hablando de esto. Esperando la conferencia. Porque ya Laura no sabe qué decir. Ok, va a estar con Alberto.
Thank you, by the way, to Sean Clancy, T-Bird, Sydney, Vanessa. It is sad, Vanessa. Terrible.
Yeah.
NVCAP Fireside. Thank you. We're bringing you live coverage. We're waiting for the police update on this. Waiting for the press conference. You know, New York Post originally said 3 were killed. Now they're saying at least 2 detainees were killed. So again, multiple outlets say 3 detainees were shot while in ICE custody at the ICE facility in Dallas, the ICE field office. 3 detainees reported shot, 2 reported dead. And reportedly, while they were being transferred, and were shot at from a person on a nearby rooftop, who then killed themselves. By the way, I want to actually mention one other thing here too. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says 4 people were wounded in Israel after a drone likely launched by the Houthis in Yemen struck Israel's southernmost city of Eilat a short while ago. Again, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports that at least 4 people were wounded after an explosive-laden drone, likely launched by the Houthis in Yemen, struck Israel's southernmost city of Eilat a short while ago. The Houthis in Yemen regularly launch drones and missiles at Israel.
No, yo no estoy con Joe, yo estoy con la conferencia. Pero le puedo dar la tarjeta. No, Alberto fue el que estuvo con Joe. Yo estoy con la conferencia.
Thank you again to our moderators. We have Beth Mythical, Roberts Mayclean moderating, Danny James, Ruth Krafasi, Janet B. on YouTube. Thank you. Thanks Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck on Twitch, Hearsay, I Got That Fire, Sarah, and Papa Bear. By the way, thanks also on Twitch to Larry Pickle Jar for your support, Frukar Toffine, Brickibi, thank you on Twitch. Also our moderators on Facebook, like Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, thank you. I see a truck backing up. Linda Belglary and Misha on X, thank you, moderators. Well, I want to say any moment now. Fox says it'll be soon. I believe it was around a half an hour ago. They said a half an hour. So, oh, I have a different camera angle of that truck. Hold on a moment. I can get you a different camera angle of the truck that just pulled in. I have 2 cameras here. Hang on. There is the truck that just pulled in. See that? The presser is under this awning, they just said. Hold on. They just pulled out and is the truck? Now I'm confused. Is the truck where the presser is going to be? Are they talking about the awning on the truck? Everybody's moving now. Everybody's moving to the truck. Look, people are moving to the truck. See what's happening here? They have switched.
Hey guys, we got more room here, so let's just like use all this over here, and let's just kind of like look this way right here.
They have a truck with an awning.
So just kind of semi-circle it this way. We all have more room. We're all, you know, swing them around here. Hey, can somebody bring the stand over here?
We got double coverage of the setup for the press conference. Sorry. Breaking news. There is an official statement. Breaking news. We have an official statement from ICE. There is an official statement from ICE I'm going to show you right now on the screen. Here is the official statement from ICE. ICE and Dallas police have secured the scene at our Dallas field office where a shooter opened fire on the facility this morning, firing indiscriminately at the building and those in the Sally Port. We can confirm 3 individuals were shot and 2 are deceased. The shooter is also deceased by a self-inflicted gunshot wound. No ICE officers were physically injured, and we are working alongside the FBI and local law enforcement. Now, they say that the shooter fired indiscriminately. But they say they're investigating. So have they confirmed that the shooter was firing indiscriminately? Are we sure this was not targeted? That I don't know. They are claiming it was indiscriminate. Well, we'll hear from officials in a second, but
Where's the little stand? Oh, they're
Halava says, how can they determine that? Yes, and that's what I don't understand, where that information is coming from. All right, well, let's hear what authorities have to say. They say 3 individuals were shot and 2 dead. ICE confirmed 3 were shot and 2 have died. ICE says the shooter shot indiscriminately. Oh, what's this person saying? Hold on. That might just be a camera person. What's he saying? Hold on. Oh, that doesn't have sound on that one, so we're going to keep this one on. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. This camera needs to plug the mic in. I don't. I assume AP will be plugged in to have a mic up there. We have 2 different cameras, so.
Gracias.
So I have access to 2 different cameras, so hopefully one of them will have good audio.
Alberto, acuérdate que tú vas a estar con Miguel Ángel. Ven un poquito para atrás para que se ponga ahí.
But it's possible that the cameras I have will have the audio, the natural audio, so we'll have to see. I hope they have that mic there. 2 different cameras. So, as you can see, we are waiting for the update from authorities about the shooting at the ICE field office in Dallas. 3 people shot, 2 killed.
Just trying to figure out some AC here.
I got it.
Multiple reports say those shots were detainees.
I can get this going.
Okay.
Oh, wait, it's going. It's going. It's going.
I'm just off camera, but
Again, multiple reports say those shot were detainees. All 3 shot. 2 of the people shot dead, 1 wounded, and the shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Reportedly, the shooter was firing on the ICE facility from a nearby rooftop. Type of weapon, Dexter says, we do not know. Thank you to I Am Charlie, Crazy Yoda, Crypto King, Lidwine Elizabeth, John Oren, Sean Clancy, T-Bird. I have not heard any reporting about a motive. CNN says at this facility recently, detainees usually stay there for about 14 hours at this facility.
no further than that. No closer.
Before being moved to somewhere else to another detention center or ICE facility. So CNN is saying this is like a short-term holding facility for detainees. This shooting was around 6:40 a.m.
Hey, Pamela, this is the setup that local law enforcement has right here. We're in a parking lot of a fast food restaurant just enforcement officers were descending on the scene and starting to cordon up and shut off the streets there this morning. And it was rather chaotic, and a lot of different types of businesses, a commercial stretch, and a lot of small streets to kind of navigate through. So as investigators try to piece together where these shots came from, who was behind it, did this person have any upbringing, all those kinds of questions are burning questions right now for investigators, and we hope that these get some clarity on all of this. But this taking place here this morning during a very stormy rush hour traffic time of day here in Dallas, so all of that kind of complicated the situation here this morning. The rain is starting to let out. Hopefully here shortly we'll hear law enforcement officers.
Give me one moment, guys. Hang on. Hang on. So sorry for the delay. It's been waiting for a while for this update. Maybe they're waiting for additional officials to arrive or something. I don't know exactly who's going to be there. The mayor's supposed to be there, but we're waiting to hear more. Just to show you what what happened to the Homeland Security update? Did they take it down? Where's that? Oh no, ICE. ICE posted an update. I reposted it, didn't I? Did they repost it? Hey, why did ICE take down their post? Hey, did ICE take down their post? I showed you guys an ICE post, but now I don't see it. Did they take it down? The one that said it was indiscriminate? The shooting? I'm at ICE right now. I don't see the post. Hold on, it's about to start. So let me focus on this. So I have two camera angles here. So if I hopefully they both have good sound, but I have both angles, so I'm gonna see which one is better for you guys.
Good morning. We're about to get started and brief you on the events as we know them that happened this morning.
Let me try the audio on both.
All right. Start off by saying, let me just, I'm a person who
Start off by
believes
saying,
very strongly
a person who
in the power of prayer, and that prayer changes things. And so I'm going to ask everyone, please join me in praying for the families of the folks who lost their lives today. Pray for the speedy recovery for those who are hurt and were injured in what happened today. But maybe even more to the point, we're a country and a city that needs prayer. So I'm going to ask you all to join me also in praying for this city, that we can come together at a time like this, and that we can be there for one another the way we always have in times like this, to support one another, help us all get through this very difficult time, not just in our city, but in our country. And that's why I'd ask you to pray for our nation. There's a lot going on right now in our country. A lot of it's confusing. It's a scary time. I've got children. I've got 3 young children. And I'm here to tell you that it is challenging to explain to them what's going on in our country right now. But I said before, and I'll say it again, I believe in the power of prayer to change things. And it can change the hearts of people. It can change this country. It can change this city. So please pray for everyone who's affected by today's tragedy. I also want to say thank you to the Dallas Police Department, and say thank you to the Dallas Sheriff's Department, Dallas County Sheriff's Department, Texas Department of Public Safety, and all of our various federal law enforcement partners who acted so quickly today to make sure that today's tragedy wasn't worse than what it was. So on behalf of the city of Dallas, I want to say thank you to all of you. And you're going to hear from some of those folks later, but I want to let you know that we appreciate what you all do, not just today, but every day, to help keep us all safe. And lastly, and this is really important, I would ask all of the city of Dallas residents who can hear me right now, let's be patient, let's remain calm, and let's let our law enforcement partners, our police department, do their job. This is an active investigation. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. And I want to encourage all of you to exercise a little bit of restraint and allow them to do their job to help make sure this continues to be a safe city, and that they can help us figure out what happened here today. But with that, I want to say, again, thank you to all the folks who came out this morning from our law enforcement community. I'll turn it over to our police chief, Daniel Como, to speak a little bit more directly to the investigation itself. And with that, Chief Como, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Today at approximately 6:40 a.m., we received a assist the officer call. We responded to the call, got to the scene, and we later learned that we had 4 individuals that were shot, 2 of them deceased, including the shooter. The DPD was able to locate the shooter, who was deceased. We're going to be working this investigation shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners. The FBI is on scene, and right now I'm going to introduce you to the SAC of the Dallas Field Division, FBI Joe Rumrock.
Yeah, good morning. My name's Joe Rothrock. I'm the special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI Field Office. I want to first start by thanking our partners in local law enforcement, specifically the Dallas Police Department, for their quick and timely response. I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. It is unfortunately just the most recent example we've seen of targeted violence, to include here in North Texas, where back on July 4th, we saw a coordinated attack carried out against an immigration detention center in Alvarado, Texas. What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack. This will be a whole of government response. There will be no resource not utilized to bring all those individuals who are responsible to bring them to justice and to hold them accountable. While we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack. If any member of the public has information that would help the FBI's investigation, I would ask that you please report that to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, any piece of information will be helpful, but this will be an ongoing investigation between us, a number of federal partners, and our local partners, again, to ensure that anyone responsible is held accountable. With that, I will turn it over to my counterpart from the ICE Enforcement and Removal Office.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Johnson. I'm the acting field office director for ICE Dallas. I'll be brief with my comments, but I do want to start off by saying thank you to the Dallas Police Department, Dallas FBI, HSI, CBP, ATF, and virtually every law enforcement officer in North Texas for your support. This is the second time I've had to stand in front of you and talk about a shooter at one of my facilities, and I think that the takeaway from all of this is that the rhetoric has to stop. There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees. So that's kind of all I have for today, is that it's just got to stop. It's dangerous, and people are losing their lives. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Again, thank you all so much. As it was said here today, if you do have any information, reach out to 1-800-CALL-FBI.
That's it?
Thank you.
That's it? Oh, Senator Griffin.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of ICE and CBP and everyone who puts their lives on the line to keep us safe. The divisive rhetoric tragically has real consequences. I hope that every one of us will pray Number one, for the safety of law enforcement that are risking their lives to keep us safe. Number two, for the health of those who were shot and injured today. We still don't know the full details of who was injured, but for the families also of the victims of this shooting. Violence has no place. It is wrong. And we should come together. If we want to have a debate about immigration policies, we can do so in the halls of Congress without demonizing each other, and especially without demonizing the men and women who every day put on a badge and go risk their lives to keep us safe. And we should not be putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes. Our prayers are with the men and women of law enforcement, and we ought to come together and have some decency across the political aisle to say this violence is wrong and it needs to stop.
Senator, have you been told that immigrant detainees were the victims of today's shooting?
My understanding is the details of who the victims are still being ascertained, so I don't want to go ahead of law enforcement releasing these details. What they have said is that no law enforcement was injured, and so that's a natural inference, but I don't know the details.
Special Agent, can you talk a little bit about some of the evidence you mentioned earlier, just for clarity? I think there's going to be a lot of questions. Our understanding is that some of the shelter museums had specific writing that was relevant to the voting. Give us more information.
So I'm not going to go into any more details at this time. We will come back to you when we have more details to share. Again, our goal here will be transparency as those details become available, but we are still in the early stages of an investigation. Information is still coming in. When we have more details, we will come back to this group. I'm not going to be identifying victims at this time. The only thing I will confirm at this time is no law enforcement was injured. Certainly you can respect law enforcement's need to make notifications. At this point in time, we're not going to take any additional questions from law enforcement. Again, I'd ask for you to respect the fact that this is an ongoing investigation, and as more details come available...
We're not asking for the names of the victims.
I understand.
I will. If the victims are the detainees.
The only thing I can say right now is no law enforcement was injured this morning as part of the attack. I won't be taking any more questions, neither will law enforcement this time. We'll come back to you later today.
So other than law enforcement,
You called this a targeted attack. You were doing this to you.
So, a couple things. First of all, that was a bit strange there because they would not confirm the victims were detainees, but they said no law enforcement was injured. So that was a bit confusing. Look, so we just heard 3 people were shot, and no law enforcement was injured, but officials, the FBI said that evidence from the rounds had anti-ICE messaging on them, which seems to mean that maybe the bullets had anti-ICE messaging. It wasn't entirely clear. But I don't. It was a little strange that they wouldn't say who was shot, because they did say it was not law enforcement. You'd think that they. I mean, I'm sure they know who was shot. So that was a bit confusing. Give me a second here. So again, what they said is that there was. This is being investigated as a targeted shooting. They said there were 3 people shot and the shooter. I have to, I'm going to probably go back and play it again. But they said that there was anti-ICE messaging. They suggest he said the evidence from the rounds included anti-ICE messaging, basically, something like that. So I got to go back and see. I want to confirm the information that they said, because there's been so much reporting today, and I forget. Oh, hold on a second. Guys, Kash Patel. There's a new post from Kash Patel. Breaking news. New post from Kash Patel. Look at this. It says, he says the bullet says anti-ICE on it. Oh my gosh. New post from Kash Patel. Here we go. Let me show you. Right here. Breaking news. Breaking news from Kash Patel. He says, this morning, just before 7 a.m., local time, an individual fired multiple rounds at a Dallas, Texas ICE facility, killing one, wounding several others before taking his own life. While the investigation is ongoing, an initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind the attack. See photo below. One of the unspent shell casings was engraved with the phrase anti-ICE. More updates will be forthcoming. So that is apparently one of the, again, the Kash Patel says one of the unspent shell casings was engraved with the phrase anti-ICE. That's what I'm just reading you his post. He says these despicable, politically motivated attacks against law enforcement are not a one-off. We are only miles from Prairie Land, Texas, where just 2 months ago an individual ambushed a separate ICE facility and targeting their officers. It has to end, and the FBI and our partners will lead these investigative efforts to see to it that those who target our law enforcement are pursued and brought to the fullest extent of justice. Thankfully, no law enforcement personnel were injured. Please pay for the injured and deceased. So multiple reports have said that all the people shot were detainees. I have not seen a single, I don't know why this is going on. None of the official pronouncements have said that the people shot were detainees. So, but both Kash Patel in the press conference said no law enforcement was shot. So I don't know why they're not saying that the people shot were detainees. Anyways, though, Kash Patel says this is a photo of unspent shell casings, and one of them was engraved with the phrase anti-ICE. That's what he says. Was there writing on the other shell casings that were fired? Also, something else I'm wondering is where was this found, like on the roof where the person was supposedly shooting from, or on the ground? I don't know. Yeah, and also, is it one of our viewers said that looks like it's written, not engraved. So some of our viewers are expressing skepticism over the writing on the casing that Kash Patel just posted. But Kash Patel said it's engraved. Some of our viewers say it's a pen. It is being investigated as targeted violence, this shooting. You know, in a moment, I'm going to replay the press conference again because I want to hear specifically what was said. But that post came out right after the press conference. Right after the press conference ended, he posted that. Kash Patel. Is that the only round that had messaging on it? Was the only message anti-ICE? OK says nobody says anti-ICE on the left. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a strange message. But I mean, and I don't know if that's the only one that says it. So I'll wait and see when to hear more. I have. Jesse says it's a very bizarre way to phrase it. Doesn't mean it's not legit. Now, it looks like this might is this writing or is that water? Now, maybe that's just water. I don't know. It's also a bit odd that, well, it's just interesting timing that they don't mention this in the press conference and then literally right after the press conference this gets posted. But maybe we'll get more information in the coming minutes. All right, hang on a moment here. I think I want to go back and just show you again what was said in the press conference informationally. So let's take a look at that again. Here's what I'm going to do. Hold on. Let's go to the press conference again. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'll just play the update, the official update that was given at the press conference. If you bear with me for a second here. Okay, I have it queued up. I have it queued up here. Bear with me. I'm putting it on the screen right now for you. Why is that like this? Hold on. Where's this? Okay, so I'm going to right now show you moments ago what the officials said. Just take a minute and listen again to what the officials said about this so you can hear it again. Here we go. Oh, before I do that, really quick, a quick thanks to 32 Antoine, Sydney, Howard Lintz, Leon Yoder, Festiva, Abby, Kane 827, Mitchell Pilot, 1400-pound Devon, Chris D, Pete, Denim Donuts, Sounds Epic Music, Iroquois, YKA, I Am Charlie, Anna Metallica, Genius by Birth, Sander M, Crazy Yoda, Crypto King. Thank you. And also Larry Pickle Jar and Who Shot JR, Gonzalez, Grantastic Granny over on Twitch. Thank you. All right. Here is what was just said moments ago.
Today at approximately 6:40 a.m., we received a assist the officer call. We responded to the call, got to the scene, and we later learned that we had 4 individuals that were shot, 2 of them deceased, including the shooter. The DPD was able to locate the shooter who was deceased. We're going to be working this investigation shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners. The FBI is on scene, and right now I'm going to introduce you to the SAC of the Dallas Field Division, FBI Joe Rumrock.
Yeah, good morning. My name's Joe Rothrock. I'm the special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI Field Office. I want to first start by thanking our partners in local law enforcement, specifically the Dallas Police Department, for their quick and timely response. I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. It is unfortunately just the most recent example we've seen of targeted violence, to include here in North Texas, where back on July 4th, we saw a coordinated attack carried out against an immigration detention center in Alvarado, Texas. What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack. This will be a whole of government response. There will be no resource not utilized to bring all those individuals who are responsible to bring them to justice and to hold them accountable. While we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack. If any member of the public has information that would help the FBI's investigation, I would ask that you please report that to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, any piece of information will be helpful, but this will be an ongoing investigation between us, a number of federal partners, and our local partners, again, to ensure that anyone responsible is held accountable. With that, I will turn it over to my counterpart from the ICE Enforcement and Removal Office.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Johnson. I'm the acting field office director for ICE Dallas. I'll be brief with my comments, but I do want to start off by saying thank you to the Dallas Police Department, Dallas FBI, HSI, CBP, ATF, and virtually every law enforcement officer in North Texas for your support. This is the second time I've had to stand in front of you and talk about a shooter at one of my facilities, and I think that the takeaway from all of this is that the rhetoric has to stop. There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees. So that's kind of all I have for today, is that it's just got to stop. It's dangerous, and people are losing their lives. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Again, thank you all so much. As it was said here today, if you do have any information, reach out to 1-800-CALL-FBI.
That's it?
Thank you.
That's it? Oh, Senator Griffin.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of ICE and CBP and everyone who puts their lives on the line to keep us safe. The divisive rhetoric tragically has real consequences. I hope that every one of us will pray, number one, for the safety of law enforcement that are risking their lives to keep us safe. Number two, for the health of those who were shot and injured today. We still don't know the full details of who was injured, but for the families also of the victims of this shooting. Violence has no place. It is wrong. And we should come together. If we want to have a debate about immigration policies, we can do so in the halls of Congress without demonizing each other, and especially without demonizing the men and women who every day put on a badge and go risk their lives to keep us safe. And we should not be putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes. Our prayers are with the men and women of law enforcement, and we ought to come together and have some decency across the political aisle to say this violence is wrong and it needs to stop.
Senator, have you been told that immigrant detainees were the victims of today's shooting?
My understanding is the details of who the victims are still being ascertained, so I don't want to go ahead of law enforcement releasing these details. What they have said is that no law enforcement was injured, and so that's a natural inference, but I don't know the details.
Special Agent, can you talk a little bit about some of the evidence you mentioned earlier, just for clarity? I think there's going to be a lot of questions. Our understanding is that some of the shell casings had specific writing that was relevant to the voting. Can you give us more information?
So I'm not going to go into any more details at this time. We will come back to you when we have more details to share. Again, our goal here will be transparency as those details become available, but we are still in the early stages of an investigation. Information is still coming in. When we have more details, we will come back to this group. I'm not going to be identifying victims at this time. The only thing I will confirm at this time is no law enforcement was injured. Certainly you can respect law enforcement's need to make notifications. At this point in time, we're not going to take any additional questions from law enforcement. Again, I'd ask for you to respect the fact that this is an ongoing investigation, and as more details come available...
We're not asking for the names of the victims.
I understand.
I will. If the victims are the detainees.
The only thing I can say right now is no law enforcement was injured this morning as part of the attack. I won't be taking any more questions, neither will law enforcement this time. We'll come back to you later today.
So other than law enforcement,
you called this a targeted attack? Do you know if it's a
So, a couple things. First of all, so we just heard that, and now let me show you, in case you haven't seen it, the post from Kash Patel of the FBI. So, hold on. Need to pause that. Need to pause that. And Kash Patel posted this. FBI Director Kash Patel says, this morning, just before 7 a.m. local time, an individual fired multiple rounds at a Dallas, Texas ICE facility, killing one, wounding several others before taking his own life. While the investigation is ongoing, an initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind this attack. See photo. One of the unspent shell casings recovered was engraved with the phrase anti-ICE. More updates will be forthcoming. Director Patel says these despicable, politically motivated attacks against law enforcement are not a one-off. We are only miles from Prairie Land, Texas, where just 2 months ago an individual ambushed a separate ICE facility, targeting their officers. It has to end, and the FBI and our partners will lead these investigative efforts to see to it that those who target our law enforcement are pursued and brought to the fullest extent of justice. Thankfully, no law enforcement personnel were injured. Please pray for the injured and deceased. Multiple outlets report, by the way, that the people shot were all detainees, which makes sense given that they weren't law enforcement. But officials have not confirmed they were detainees, and they did not confirm it in the press conference that they were detainees. But they did confirm no law enforcement was shot. So that is the picture of what Kash Patel says is one of the unspent shell casings engraved with the phrase anti-ICE. Oh, hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Hang on. I haven't seen further updates, official updates. I'm looking. Let me just show you that photo again. That is the photo there from Kash Patel. By the way, another story I want to update you on. Manny Fabian, who is with Times of Israel, reports that a hospital in Eilat is treating around 20 people wounded. There were over 20 people reported wounded in a drone attack in southern Israel in Eilat, which was reportedly a Houthi drone from Yemen. So I'm keeping an eye on that story as well. We're not going to focus on that right now, but I wanted to update you on that. In terms of who the shooter is, the only thing I've seen that I feel comfortable passing along is an unconfirmed report from Carol Markowicz, who has a decent record with these kind of things. She seems to have some good sources. Carol is a columnist with the New York Post and Fox News. And she said that, if I can find it here. Now, why can't I pull this up? Let's see. I know she said it because I saw it. Carol Markowicz, K-A-R-O-L, said the alleged shooter is Joshua Jan, J-A-H-N, 29 years old. Now, I cannot confirm that report, but again, she does have a good track record. So Carol Markowicz is reporting that the alleged shooter is Joshua Jan, J-A-H-N, 29 years old. But that is not confirmed. That is not a confirmed report from law enforcement. Now, I have seen photos floating around that claim to show the body of the shooter, which I'm obviously not going to show. There are photos floating around claiming to show him on, claiming to show the body of the shooter. And again, I will not be showing those photos. The photos are graphic that I have seen. All right, so we're trying to get you the latest updates here. And I don't believe that President Trump has commented on this yet. I have not seen, I would expect to see something soon from President Trump, but we have not heard a comment from President Trump on this yet. So I'm looking for that as well. We have not got an official identity of the victims. Multiple outlets say that it was all detainees. Let me take some more comments from you guys, and let me just keep looking for updates here as well. The scene, by the way, where this happened, this is right here, the ICE field office in Dallas, right there. So which building was the person on? So multiple reports say the person was shooting from a rooftop. Was it this building? I'm not sure. I mean, when you look around here, well, this says the Story apartment, so it looks like maybe this is, maybe there's actually buildings here. But again, I don't know exactly which building this was. There are other buildings in the area. You can see over here some other buildings here. So I'm not sure which building it was. Maybe it's set on the scanner, but I don't know. We might in a moment go back and listen to the scanner feed. Well, I don't know if I have access to the scanner feed from that time. I'll have to look. Irish Sweetness says, will there be another presser? I don't know. I do not know if there will be another presser. Maybe there'll be another one later today. What I'm going to do, hang on. Buckley thinks this is incredibly suspicious. Shazaro says the released pictures are gruesome. Oh, is this? I think I have another. I think I have more video. Do I have more video? Hey, I have an overhead shot. I have an overhead shot right now for you. Live shot coming up. Overhead shot. Hold on a second. Hold on. This is live. This is live. This is live. Live footage. That's the place. This is via AP. That's it. That's the facility. Live. Dallas. Oops. Dallas, Texas. Via AP. Live helicopter shot for you. So that is the facility. I don't know which route. You can see there's apartments next to it, closer to us. Oops. Let me just do this real quick. I got to get rid of that ticker. The ticker's old. Don't ignore the ticker, please. Ignore the ticker. The ticker is old. But you are looking at a live shot via AP. I think it's no audio on the shot. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. One moment, though. We cannot show this anymore. It was confusing. So originally we had the AP footage, and we're allowed to show it. The restrictions just changed on the AP shot. So for the moment, I cannot show you the helicopter shot anymore. Let me just look into this. You know, these things change. When they change their shot, sometimes the restrictions change. So it's possible that in a couple of minutes I'll be able to show you that shot again. But I got to respect their restrictions. So, anyways, I'll keep an eye on that. If I'm able to show it to you again, I will. I briefly had it, but I am asking about it right now. It's you know, they get their coverage from local providers, and for different shots, it's different restrictions. All right, so I'm not sure, but maybe I'll eventually get permission to show that again. Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to put up that photo again of this. Let's check this out for the moment. Not that. This here, right there. There is what Kash Patel says is one of the unspent shell casings with anti-ice engraved on it, he says. So to repeat, 3 people were shot. It is believed they were all detainees who were shot. No law enforcement was shot. At least 1 is dead. Some reports said 2 were dead. Officially, they say 1 of the 3 shot is dead. And officials are investigating this as an act of targeted violence. Oh, police! I can see police on the roof of a nearby building. I can see this right now. Oh, I can show you. I can show you right now. Hold on, I'm going to show you right now. I got permission. Look at this. Look at police. Look at police right now. There they are on top of the building. This is live via AP. This is via WFAA via AP. So they're on top of that building. Police. Is that where the guy was shooting? It must have been where the person was shooting from, I would guess. Okay, this is from WFAA via AP. So police actually, we just saw them on top of that building. And is that car? What's with that car? There's a car with air. Is that possibly a suspect's car or not? I don't know. So we are seeing police right now on this live shot in this adjacent building. And at some point I don't even know which building that, I'm trying to look and figure out which building that is. That is the building. I want to be sure about this. I don't think that's the apartment complex. The apartment complex is kind of new. Is that the one right next to it? I'm trying to figure it out. They'll at some point they'll pan around and we'll confirm exactly where this is in relation to the shooting scene. Back into the left of the parking lot. Hold on. One of our oh, is that it? Oh, yes, you're right. Our viewer is correct. This is the building directly across the parking lot, thanks to the viewer. This is the building. It is it's the building right here. I think the address is 1120 Empire Central Place. But this building is across the parking lot from the there's a big parking lot in front of the ICE facility, and this building is across the parking lot. You'll see it right now, I bet. But there's all these police over at this. I mean, you can see ATF is there. But again, there's like a long parking lot in front of the ICE building, and then there's this building. And directly on the other side of that parking lot, and police are on the roof, so that looks to be where the shooter was. We are looking at this live shot right now. One of the offices in there, I believe, is Abogado Manuel Solis, who, I'm looking at Google Maps. You can see the sign there. That's an office. Look at all the police cars there. So nobody's saying that lawyer was involved with this, but that appears to be at least one of the tenants of that building appears to be that lawyer, because there's a sign there and I see it on Google Maps. But again, this building, we see police, a lot of police at the building. We see police on the roof of the building. And this building is at the end of, I bet you're going to see it right here. It's at the end of a parking lot. So it's in the other, so there's the parking lot right there. See, there's the immigration facility right there. We just saw it. So that's the ICE facility. The distance between this building and the ICE facility is roughly about 500 feet. It's roughly 500 feet between this building and the ICE facility. Helicopter footage in Dallas shows police on the roof and around a building across the parking lot from the ICE field office. Distance, building is about 500 feet away. Seems like this could be where shooter was. And now look at this. This is the ICE facility here. You're looking at the ICE facility right now. Is that the area where the shots happened? Right there. So was the van in there, and that's where the shooter shot into that? Did the shooter shoot into like a secure area there? There was reporting that said the shooter shot into a secure area. So again, look at this. There's the facility, and to the right is the building the police are at. So there is the facility right here. That's the ICE facility. And then there's this parking lot here. And then to the right, you can't see it, but to the right is where that building where police were on the roof. Again, that building, here, we'll see it now. We're going to see it right now. ICE on the left, and then on the right, well, it's off the screen to the right, but on the right is the building that police were on the roof. We'll see where my pointer is. It's going to come into view right here. It's on Google Maps, I looked, it's about 500 feet away. So again, ICE building on the left right here, and right here, right where my pointer is, police are on the roof or have been on the roof of that building right there. So it appears that the shooter may have been on the roof of this building, firing across the parking lot at the ICE facility. Wow. Again, I know I'm repeating myself, but we saw police on top of this building right here, and the ICE facility is right here. That's what it looks to be like. We can see police there right now. I think you can see on the live shot police still standing up there right there, if I'm seeing that correctly. We saw them there before, right there. Oh, and the vans would be on the side, I see. So look on the side here. You see there's this enclosed area on the side where the vans are. See, look at all the police over here. Wow. So there's the police on the roof. Look at this. They're collecting evidence live. Police are collecting evidence, and then looks like on the side of that FBI, side of that ICE building, there's a enclosed area with no roof where vans are. So that's what it looks like. We are seeing live FBI collecting evidence on this roof, and a huge law enforcement presence at that building. There's also a car that's in front of the building with the hood up. I don't know if that's a suspect car or not. See that car right there? Is that the suspect's car next to the stairs? Right there. Are we looking at the suspect's car? Cristiano said it looked like he just picked up a shell casing on the roof. But this is very helpful video to have. Again, this is possibly the suspect's car. And you know, the Charlie Kirk shooting, if I remember right, was a person on a roof with a rifle roughly 500 feet away. And this shooting appears to be a person on a roof, I don't know with what kind of weapon, roughly 500 feet away. There's a parking lot there. So right here on the ICE facility on the left is where these vans are. I think it looks like maybe the person shot from the building down to that enclosed area, but with no roof on it on the left, right where my pointer is. You can't see it right now, but there's vans over here. Lauren says possibly a copycat action. Yeah, I don't know, but did this person in any way think of doing this or patterned this in some way or planned it in some way after what the Charlie Kirk shooter did? Now also, the shooter who shot at President Trump last year at the rally was on a rooftop. So you're looking live at that ICE facility, and then on the right, if the camera comes around, you'll see that that area that looks like a secure area on the right of the building where several vans are there, and that may be where the shooter shot down into, this area. Wow. Right here. See the vans? One of these vans might have been hit. Right there. Right there. Is that the van that was hit? Right there. Maybe maybe the van on the right is the one that was actually hit. I don't know. But there is one of those vans is open, multiple doors open. I can't see it well enough to see if there's bullet holes in it. But you see that van right there is open. Yeah, no police tape, said James A. Well, something I'm wondering is if it's a secure facility, you don't need police tape because people will know not to go. You don't have to worry about the public going into the scene because public can't go into that place. Another thing is it is lucky that nobody else was shot. The direction of the shooting apparently was from the building on the left towards there's a highway. There's an interstate right behind. Right here, you can see behind the ICE facility. So if that person had missed and gone wide, they could have hit somebody, for example, driving on the highway, not to mention all the other buildings in the area. There's looks like an apartment complex nearby, but literally right behind that ICE facility is that interstate. All right, look at this. So that is that secure area with, and is on the left. Is that the van that was shot at on the left, right there? I don't know. But that appears to possibly be the area where the shooting happened. Winding Road says if he's anti-ICE, why would he shoot at detained immigrants? So, look, I can't confirm he's anti-ICE. Kash Patel posted what he said was one of the bullets, one of the unspent shell casings that had the word anti-ICE on it. I don't know if he was targeting anyone. I mean, you could imagine someone wanting to target ICE and just shooting at the building or shooting at some van he saw and happens to hit detainees. I don't know. I can't speak to the motive, but it's not outlandish to think that the person could have been targeting ICE but just started firing at the building and firing at a van he saw, not knowing who he would hit. So I don't know. We do not know about the motive, about the specificity with somebody was targeting, what they knew they were shooting at. Don't know right now. But that building right here on the right, there you go, is the one that police are on the roof of collecting evidence, and that is the ICE facility, and it appears that the police are focusing on the corner of this building here, which would have a angle to shoot right into that area where the vans are. Right there on the right. Now I'm in front of it there, but right here where my pointer is, where those vans are. And also, you know what? This happened at around 6:40 in the morning. This was very early in the morning when this happened. And possibly on the right, you're looking at one of the vans that was hit. If one of the reports from Fox Dallas said a van was hit. We're bringing you live coverage here. Very helpful helicopter footage to give you a picture of what the scene is and possibly where the shooting happened specifically and where the shooting was coming from. Right there, look, all right, the police, there it is. There's a bunch of police at this building. That car very well might be the suspect's car. We keep seeing the helicopter focus on it. We see a lot of police there. Police are on the roof of that building as well. Look at that. Maybe officers, maybe the officers have pulled the hood up. Multiple officers there by that car. Oh yeah, I mean, one of our viewers said that said maybe he climbed the stairs to get on the roof. Yeah, I mean, that would certainly suggest itself, if that's his car, that it's right next to the staircase. Now, what is that on the right? Is that a scooter? I don't know what that is. What am I looking at on the right next to the car, guys? Is it a scooter? I mean, also, could he have taken a scooter over there? So maybe that's not his car. We're seeing a scooter next to the car. That's the first I've seen that. So I don't know if that's the car, but I see a scooter. So, it's possible that the car is not the shooter's car and the shooter took a scooter over there. Although, was the gate open? Is there a place to scoot in there? I don't know. Huge police presence at that building. Yeah, there was some sort of white thing on the car, a sign or something, I'm not sure. And as you can see, now the camera is panning up to the ICE facility, and on the right is where those vans are. And again, my guess, I'm not sure, my guess is that is where the shooting took place, or that is where the people were shot. Possibly that van that's open there in the back is the one that was shot at, but we don't know for sure. Yeah, that building has an immigration lawyer in the building. So on the roof there, we have seen police up on that roof. They're not there right now. About a few minutes ago, we saw police on that roof collecting evidence of that building. Thank you, by the way, too. See, there's a scooter behind that car, by the way. We're seeing another officer over there now. Hold on. Thank you to the Vladinator. The Vladinator thinks there's a risk of martial law being declared by President Trump soon regarding all the extremist violence. I mean, I do. I think it's a fair question to say, if the authorities determine that they believe this is they're saying they're investigating this as anti-ICE, could there be new actions taken by federal law enforcement? That I don't know. I haven't heard President Trump comment on this. I will let you know when we do, if it's on, while we're on the air. Thank you, Vladinator. Thank you to Antoine. 32 Antoine says, let's see if the used shell casings match the ones Kash Patel posted. Maybe anti-ICE ammo were planted by the Trump administration, says 32 Antoine. Thank you, Lukava Avatane, by the way. And Aaron and McLean 33. McLean 33 thinks it's either a copycat or a government setup. Thanks to Flint, Mom's Mealtime Magic, Robert Douglas, Jiggle Jess, Daniel Cardenas, Mama 457 Rose, Bella Rose, Actually Dan, viewer whose name I can't really read because it's symbols, exclamation points. Sydney Howard Lintz, Leon Yoder, thank you. Also Festiva. A big presence there now, police, you can see at this building. They are looking at that car. There's a scooter next to the car. This is the building. We've seen police on the roof. It appears to me, to me it appears, I think this is, I'm going to guess this is going to end up being the building where the shooting was coming from. But we've seen police on the roof collecting evidence. We've seen police on the ground, as you can see right there near that car and scooter. That is about 500 feet away, roughly, from the FBI, from the ICE office, across a parking lot. All kinds of police presence at that building. Also, thanks to NekoJita1169 on Twitch. And right there is the, I know I'm repeating myself, but just for people who haven't seen it, that is the ICE field office, and on the right is a secure area where the vans are, and that might have been where a van, that might have been where people were shot, possibly in a van, on the right there. And that's that parking lot, and on the left is the building. There you go. That's the two buildings that the helicopter is focused on, and for good reason, because there's so much police presence at the building on the left. What I'm going to do, I need to take 1 minute. I got to run away for 1 minute. I'm going to leave the camera up, obviously, and I'm going to take 1 minute as we see the police there. I'm going to run away for 1 minute. Police surrounding that car. So let me just do this. Oops, I know what I have to do, sorry. As police look at that car, I'm going to disappear for 1 minute. So hang on, I'll be right back. Thanks for your patience, guys. We are back live. We are showing you right there. That is a shot from WFAA via AP showing you that is the ICE facility. That is apparently the building where the shooting came from, the roof, across the parking lot. ICE facility on the left side is a secure area where there are vans, which looks like it may have been the place where the people were shot, and it looks like the person was shooting from the roof of that building. We have seen police on the top of that building across the parking lot. Police are investigating this, and FBI investigating it as a targeted attack. And in case you missed it, I'm going to quickly show you this. I'll put it on the screen for you. Kash Patel said this is a picture. FBI Director Kash Patel said that is a picture of unspent casings. And he described this as one of them having the words anti-ICE written on them. Put it over here. But according to Kash Patel, that is a photo of the of unspent casings, one of which has anti-ICE written on it. Kash Patel is the FBI director. And we are looking here. It appears that the person got up on the roof of this building and shot at the facility, which is the ICE field office here. Elizabeth G. thinks he shot at an ICE vehicle not knowing that detainees were inside. That is certainly possible. We do not know if he knew who was inside. Fox Dallas said it was a van that was hit. So we do not know if who he was trying to hit. He might have been trying to hit ICE personnel. Apparently ended up hitting 3 detainees. All right, the camera is panning, is going in. Hold on. Zooming in. Earlier, we saw police on the roof of that building. Are they still on the roof? Oh, look, guys, there's a tent up there. Is that a police tent or not? There's a blue tent on the top of that building. I wonder if that's like they've set up a little... Maybe that's just always up there. Or maybe the police set that up to like collect evidence and stuff. I don't know. Oh, a viewer thinks that maybe the tent is covering the body. So there is graphic, there's the tent right there. So I don't know about that. We saw them looking up on the corner. Oh, hold on. See, there's this car they're looking at. Now, look, police are looking at the staircase. But there is graphic photos. There's a graphic photo going around that claims to be a photo of the dead shooter on the roof. It's very graphic. I can't verify it. I'm not going to show it. But some of our viewers think that maybe the tent is covering the body. I don't know if they've moved the body yet. Oh, look, police are on the roof. There, look at that, guys. We got police on the roof right here. Now they're looking over here. Police on the roof of that building right now. You are looking at them live. Our viewer Sea Turtle thinks the person shot at a van and had no idea what he was shooting at, or who was in it, I guess. Yeah, you know, there may be, I'm not going to show you graphic footage. I'm not going to show you anything graphic. There may be a body below the tent, covered up, but if I see anything graphic, I'm just going to not show it to you. So we can't, we don't want to show graphic footage. Look at them walking on the roof of this building. Slowly, multiple police up there, and well, I don't know if it might be federal law enforcement too. Yeah, it's been raining up there, so they need to be careful as they're walking up there. They seem to be taking their time, but there's no railing on the side of that building. Is that FBI on the right? It looks like FBI. Am I right? I'm seeing FBI? Yeah, they're taking their time. You know, they're not walking right on the edge. So, I'm sure they are fully aware that there is no railing on the side of that building. But yeah, I mean, it's dangerous because it is. It might be wet. It looks like it's wet up there from the rain. So they're walking all the way around that roof. Marion Kind thinks that if you look at the roof, it matches that graphic photo going around. That's very possible. Again, I can't show the photo. FBI, you can see there. Also, Dallas police there. Ryan 1 thinks the helicopter is avoiding the tent on purpose. Yeah, I don't think the helicopter is really going to go out of its way to, you know, show graphic footage, and probably going to try to avoid it. There's that car with the scooter next to it. Joe Evans thinks the fence looks like it was broken into. That I don't know. How did that person access that parking lot if that's where they were at 6:40 a.m.? In the press conference, I'm trying to remember, did they specifically... The police had said earlier it was around 6:40 a.m. When they did the press conference, did they say the same thing? I'm going to confirm this myself.
AM, we received.
I have it right here.
Assist the officer.
Chief, come on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Today at approximately 6:40 a.m.
Yeah, 6:40 a.m. Again, 3 people were shot. 1 died. Apparently, they were all detainees at the ICE facility, and the shooter shot and killed himself. So at least 1 dead of the 3 people shot. Yeah, I don't know what that white thing is on the car. I mean, again, I know that I see that. Oh, what's she doing? Look, we have somebody with something. There's that white, I don't know if it's a sign on the car. A detainee is somebody that ICE had taken into custody. presumably for an immigration violation. Now that's the ICE facility there. So we are now seeing there FBI at the ICE facility taking pictures. They are taking pictures. Now, are there bullet holes in the wall there by any chance? I don't know. But they are taking pictures at the ICE facility. Some of our viewers think that the car has a gas cap cover on it. I'm not sure. Periodically, I am also showing this photo, which many people watching have seen, but Kash Patel, FBI director, says that that's unspent casings, one of which he said had the words anti-ICE engraved into it. I have not seen a picture of a gun yet or heard any reporting about a gun. I don't think President Trump has commented on this yet. There's still no comment from President Trump about this. That's interesting. Nothing from President Trump. I'm sorry, I forgot that I was not on camera for a moment. Yeah, I don't know that it's engraved. He said it was engraved. One of our viewers said the gun can be seen in the graphic pictures. I cannot show graphic pictures. Oh, that's true. Yes. The picture that I was sent, which is very graphic, shows a gun, a long gun, next to the shooter. If that's really him. Yeah, I don't advise people look at this picture, but I have seen this floating around, and supposedly it is from the shooting. Philip says there was no aerial footage and no investigation footage in the Charlie Kirk shooting. I don't know. It's possible in the Charlie Kirk shooting there was aerial footage and that I couldn't use it. So I don't remember. Because I don't always have the rights to it. So we'll see what ends up getting. But the Charlie Kirk shooting, I mean, they haven't released pictures of the bullets in the Charlie Kirk shooting. I agree with you there, but they have released what they say the writing is on it. Maybe we'll get more video or photos from the Charlie Kirk shooting of evidence, that kind of thing. I mean, they did in the Charlie Kirk shooting release surveillance video of the shooter running across the roof and jumping down from the roof. Hang on, I want to check some more comments here. That's the ICE field office right there. So, and that, just to repeat, that appears to be the area where the shots were fired into, possibly at that van that's open in the back. And there's the building that the shooter was on the roof of on the left there. Apparently. Jarrett Najalki said the shooter may not have even known there were detainees in the van. Also, the shooter took his own life. I don't know how many shots he fired. I don't even know how long. I mean, did he just fire a few shots and then take his own life? I'm wondering, could he have kept firing? Could it have been even worse? There's that car and the scooter next to it that police have been surrounding and looking at. Looks like somebody with a camera there. M says a witness said she heard around 20 shots. Now, I haven't heard that report. The press secretary, Carolyn Levitt, posted, White House press secretary Karen Levitt said, Democrats must stop demonizing the heroic men and women of ICE who are just doing their jobs to keep Americans safe. That's what the White House press secretary said. Christy Noam posted, the Secretary of Homeland Security posted about a half hour ago. I hadn't seen this yet. I'm going to show you what she had to say as we look at the building where apparently that shooter was on the top of, possibly the shooter's car there, or scooter. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. That didn't work out too well. Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure this is all fixed. Okay, that's back. Christy Noam says, she said, for months we've been warning politicians in the media to tone down their rhetoric about ICE law enforcement before someone was killed. These horrendous killings must serve as a wake-up call to the far left that their rhetoric about ICE has consequences. Comparing ICE day in and day out to the Nazi Gestapo, the secret police, and slave patrols has consequences. The men and women in ICE are fathers and mothers, sons and daughters. They get up every morning to try and make our community safer. Like everyone else, we just want to go home to our families at night. The violence and dehumanization of these men and women who are simply enforcing the law must stop. We are praying to the victims for the victims and their families. That is from Secretary Noam. There is that building again. At this point, this doesn't, I mean, I would be shocked at this point. There was some speculation early on, and I understand why. There was some speculation was like, hey, was this somebody targeting the detainees? Specific detainees who wanted them silenced or something. First of all, I mean, there's the picture of the unspent casing with anti-ICE written on it. There's that Kash Patel posted. But also, I mean, at the distance we're seeing, there's reporting, Fox Dallas said that people shot were in a van. The area that the shots seemed to go into was an area with a bunch of vans in it. And I don't know. At this distance, you know, at this distance, was a person really trying to pick out particular detainees? I don't, you know, it seems like from what we're hearing right now, doesn't seem to be the case. That somebody was specifically targeting specific detainees and wanted those specific people killed. I thought maybe initially that the person was, you know, closer to the place, and also maybe the people, it looks like now maybe they were in a van. Before I thought maybe they were just like walking towards the building or something, but hasn't been confirmed they were shot in a van, but it seems like that might be the case. Thank you, by the way, to Red Eye Shell on Twitch, Dr. Thickfinger on Twitch. Also, thanks for your support. JD, Lorna Landgren, Linda Cosma, Philip Anthony, La Calma, Dodger Blue. It seems like the area where people were shot is maybe on the right there, that secure area where you see vans. Right in here. Breaking news, Priscilla Alvarez with CNN just reported that according to the DHS, 2 detainees were killed and 1 is in serious condition. So Priscilla Alvarez of CNN says, according to the Department of Homeland Security, 2 detainees were killed and 1 is in serious condition. Multiple outlets had earlier reported that 2 of the detainees, 2 of the 3 people shot were killed. So that is a new report from CNN. They say they're hearing from DHS that 2 of the 3 detainees who were shot were killed and 1 is in serious condition. No ICE agents were shot or injured. Yeah, CNN. Oh, CNN said Tricia McLaughlin told CNN. She is with Homeland Security. She told CNN that 2 detainees were killed and 1 is in serious condition. Okay? So that was a DHS spokesperson telling CNN that 2 of the 3 people shot were killed and 1 is in serious condition. The press conference, what they said is that 1 of the 3 people shot was killed, plus the shooter was killed. Well, now we're hearing Department of Homeland Security told CNN 2 of the 3 people shot were killed. PA Jeeper says the shooter was anti-ICE and only hit victims. Again, I cannot say what the shooter's motivation was. Kash Patel has posted a photo of a unspent casing that had the words anti-ICE on it. But it is possible that the shooter was targeting ICE, but shot, say, at a van on the right and didn't know who was in it. I do not know. I do not know. I don't know what the shooter was looking at when they were shooting. and what they thought they were shooting at. Maybe in the person's mind they were targeting the proceedings that ICE does. I have no idea what this person was thinking. When is sunrise in Dallas, by the way? Sunrise in Dallas is at 7:18 a.m. Now, there may have been some initial light, but it was not official sunrise yet. So just one of our viewers was just mentioning that it would be dark. Some of our viewers have mentioned that in the chat. Alyssa thinks that anybody that seriously doesn't like ICE wouldn't risk injuring ICE detainees. Thank you, Alyssa, by the way. I cannot speak to what was in this person's head. Thank you also, Martin Gingrich. Thanks to our moderators. Beezy is moderating right now. I really appreciate it. As we look at that facility, the ICE field office there, and on the left, that secure area with the vans that may have been where the shots landed or hit. And all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there, Beth Mythical as well. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green Hearsay, I Got That Fire on Twitch, Matthew Co, High 3, Papa Bear, and Riff Tracks, all on Twitch. Thanks for moderating over there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, Margaret Riley, Charlotte Webb on Facebook. Thank you to Robert Rial II for subscribing on Facebook, by the way. Chuck Mosca, thanks Chuck for subscribing on Facebook. Sharon Klassen Goslin as well, all of our Facebook subscribers. And thanks to our Twitch subscribers, just to name a few people like Gonzalez, I Got That Fire, Big Ball of Yarn, Wall Street and Shaggy, El Dorado. El Dorado says there may have been lights in the loading unloading area. That's a fair point by El Dorado. Agrajog TV, thanks for subscribing. Agrajog thinks maybe the person was assuming that people showing up at that time would be people showing up for work. Do not know. Thank you, Douthis, for subscribing on Twitch. Lucha Libre Hero. Drunk Can't Cook, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Are we going to see some new federal response after this shooting? How is President Trump going to respond? Does President Trump's not responding yet suggest he is planning some big announcement about it? Oh, Fox News has identified Joshua Jan, who Carol Markowicz already said was the shooter. Fox News has the same. Fox News has the same name that Carol Markowicz had posted earlier. Fox News is saying it's Joshua Jan, Jahn, 29 years old. Fox News has also identified the shooter as Joshua Jan, 29. Now, Carol Markowicz is with New York Post and Fox News. She's a columnist. But Fox News literally is now reporting, sources say, they have it on there on Fox News on TV. So again, Fox News says the shooter is Joshua Jan. Oh, close up on the car. Close up on the car. Close up on the car. Look at this. Look at this from the helicopter shot. Close up on the car. Looks like, is that a Texas plate? I want to see what state it was. We are, and what is that thing on the right? Oh, is it over the gas canister? I don't know. I mean, it's probably hard to keep that steady that when you're close up there. What does that say? Or is that just, some of our viewers thought it was a gas tank cover. Well, there you go. This is news footage from WFAA via AP. There's a car and a scooter. Yeah, I don't know if law enforcement put that white square on the car. Uh-oh. That might be, did we lose the helicopter shot is frozen. We'll see if we get it back. The helicopter shot is now frozen. It's frozen on the source. It's not me. The actual source's video is frozen. So I'm sorry about that. Oh, it's back. We're back. We're back live with the helicopter. We are back live. That is the building where the shooter apparently shot from. We have seen law enforcement on the roof of that building repeatedly. Somebody else coming into the parking lot. They're looking at that car again. They're talking about the car where that white square is. Multiple police now at the car, or law enforcement. We have FBI over there. That guy is an FBI shirt. They are really looking at that car. There's also like a white thing on the seat. It's not an airbag. It looks like somebody has like a white covering on the seat, I think. Wow. Five officers at the car. FBI. Douthis thinks that maybe it's a cloth to prevent the seat from getting hot. Now they're pointing up at the stairs. Law enforcement surrounding that car. FBI surrounding that car right now. Now they're going up the stairs. Law enforcement. We got another shot of the car there. Close up from WFAA cam via AP of that car. PA Jeeper says 7 people. Yeah, maybe new people showed up. Maybe there's like new law enforcement there, new FBI people who need to check everything out. So now they're going up on the roof, which is apparently where the shooter shot from. There's that guy too. Saudi thinks they're doing a walkthrough with the new detectives. All those police on the all the police on the roof. So there's a blue tent. I'm not going to show a graphic thing. It's possible that the shooter's body is still up on the roof. That is where apparently somewhere in there is where the shooter. Now, see those vans? The camera keeps focusing on that. So that area on the right here, that's maybe where the shots landed, where those vans are. I do not know if that one van with the open back is the one was what was shot. It's very possible. Thanks, by the way, to Dean Dwan. Dean says Dallas Stemmons is an old industrial area. Oh, Old Parkland Hospital is nearby, he said, where JFK was treated. Original trauma room disassembled and given to Smithsonian, says Dean. Thank you, Dean. Dean says Logan's Run was filmed near there. Thank you, Dean Dwan. The shooter has been identified. Fox News says the shooter is 29-year-old Joshua Jan. J-A-H-N. 29-year-old Joshua Jan. There's a shot of in the foreground, of the facility, the ICE facility, and in the background, well, you can't see it right now, the building that appears the shooter was on. Again, three detainees shot, 2 killed. 1 wounded. History Underfoot says the last name could be pronounced John. Yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce the shooter's, the apparent shooter's name. As I said, it's interesting. No comment from President Trump yet. I wonder if President Trump is planning some big announcement. I just wonder. Nothing from President Trump yet. We've heard from Kristi Noem, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. I don't have a time for the next press briefing. I don't even know for sure if there will be another press briefing today. I would not be surprised if there is, but that has not been confirmed. Hold on a second. Let's see. We have police over. Again, police are still by that car. They have been looking at that car a lot. That might be the shooter's car. I think for the moment I can take off my headphones, by the way. I don't need that on. Yeah, there does not appear to be sound on this helicopter shot. Let me just see something here. Yeah, I mean, I have it on, so. President Trump's schedule today, he is not at the UN today. He is at the White House today. The official schedule has him at 1 p.m. receiving his intelligence briefing in the Oval Office. At 7 p.m., he is hosting a Rose Garden Club dinner. That was the official schedule for today for President Trump. 1 p.m. Oval Office intelligence briefing. He is not at the UN summit today. He is at the White House. If he says something, I will certainly let you know. Checking for more updates here. Oh, by the way, Tricia McLaughlin from Department of Homeland Security told Fox News, "We believe the shooter was shooting at law enforcement and detainees from an apartment building." Well, I don't know if that's true though. She might have said, I think that might have been earlier she said that, because the building appears to not be an apartment building. It's the building up here, but from a building. I think that was a quote from earlier today. This building up here appears to be where the shooting was, on the roof. And then look at right in here. Okay, we got a close up here. See those vans? One of those vans might have been what was shot, but we don't, like on the left. Is that the van that was shot on the left? Right there. The one right there. Is that the van that was shot? Is that what was shot? I don't know. I haven't seen bullet holes in it, but they just did a close-up on that. Thank you to Scott Webster, our member. Thank you, Scott. Also, Kane827, Catherine Thomas, Martin Gingrich, Alyssa, P.A. Jeeper, Curry Favor, Lorna Landgren, J.D., Linda Cosma, thank you. Give me a moment. I am checking some things. As you look at there at the ICE field office. And there are police around those vans. Maybe the van on the right was the one where the shots hit, but they're looking at that van on the left too. Maybe multiple vans got hit. I don't know. Look at the FBI right there. FBI looking at that van. FBI climbing on the van, at the bottom there, looking on top of the van. She's pointing at something on the top of the van. Are there holes in the top of the van? I don't know. One of the viewers says, looks like a hole on the top. Taking pictures of bullet holes, one of our viewers said. Is that a bullet hole on the top? I don't know. So police, FBI, a lot of FBI at that van right now. So you're seeing it right there. Ryan 1 says probably waited for doors to open. That's, I do not know if the doors of a, if assuming the shooting was done at a van, I don't know if the doors were open. All right, now we're going back over to there's the car that may be the shooter's car. I still don't get, that white square is, again, I don't know if that's something that law enforcement put over there or if that's something that was on the car before. Space Chief says, what's with the folded up shooter next to the car? That I don't know. We have seen a lot of officials, a lot of FBI, it looks like, over there by those vans. In particular, the one on the right. Again, 3 detainees were shot, 2 of them killed. Excuse me. No, Trisha McLaughlin told CNN, she's with DHS, that 2 detainees were killed, plus the shooter. Haven't seen the updates from Kash Patel after that first one. Oh, hold on. So we have police still by the car that might be the shooter's car and a scooter. We have seen police look at that car a lot, or FBI looking at that car. There's a close-up of the car from the helicopter. One of our viewers, Derek Lee, says, were the detainees U.S. citizens? I do not know specifics about the detainees who were shot. I do not know if that square thing on the car was put there by law enforcement or was put there by the driver or owner, and what it says. I would like to be able to see it, but I can't make it out right there. Some of our viewers are saying, is something written on that sign there? Don't know. It's a good question. On the roof, there appears to be a tent on the top of the roof. There's also been law enforcement on the roof. It's possible the shooter's body is under the tent in the roof, on the roof still. I'm not sure. Look at all the FBI. He might have shot from right there. Look at this. The FBI is pointing over. They're on the building, and they're pointing over towards the ICE office. That's what they're doing. They're looking over at the ICE office from the top of the building. So maybe that's where he shot from. Look at that. They are pointing at the roof. They are looking at the ICE facility. It's all FBI, looks like. They're looking at something on the ground. Yeah, it says Joel Winder says they were picking up evidence in that area earlier. Give me one moment here. Hold on. Now they are pointing. FBI on the building where apparently the shooter shot from, looking towards the ICE field office across the parking lot. It was raining this morning during the press conference, so that the roof may be wet from the rain. So that is the building, it appears to be an immigration lawyer's building. Again, there's no evidence that the shooting is connected with the people who work in the building. Looks like somebody just came over there and went on top of the building. But just in case people haven't seen it, I know a lot of you have, here is that picture that FBI Director Kash Patel said was of some of the unspent casings. And Kash Patel said, he said one had anti-ice engraved on it. Looks like maybe it's written on it. Oh, breaking news. Hey, one of the viewers mentioned we have an update from Fox 4 News. Update on Fox 4 News. From Fox 4 News. They said what the sign on the car said. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning this. So according to Fox 4 News, they say a sign on the car reads, radioactive fallout from nuclear formations that have passed over these areas more than 2x since 1951. Fox 4 News, Dallas. A sign on a car that appears to belong to the shooting suspect has a sign on it that reads radioactive fallout from nuclear formations that have passed over these areas more than 2x since 1951. We see some more FBI activity over here. A car that's believed to belong to the suspect in the ICE shooting has a sign on it that reads radioactive fallout from nuclear formations that have passed over these areas more than 2x since 1951. I mean, I don't know what that means, but that is literally from the Fox 4 News website. I'm going to read you that one more time. According to Fox 4 News, a sign on what's believed to be the suspect's car says radioactive fallout from nuclear formations that have passed over these areas more than 2x since 1951. Oh, they have a picture of it. They have a picture of the car, of the sign. Hold on a second here. They posted a picture of the sign. I don't own the rights to this. I'll post the link to it though. I'll post the link to it. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. One sec. We're going to pause for a second here. I am posting a link. I will post a link. All right. I just posted, I will post a link to the Fox 4 article that has a picture of the sign. I just posted a link. You can see a picture of the sign that's on the car. It's the sign on the car we've been looking at. It's a map of the U.S. It's a sign that has a picture of the U.S. and I guess a map of the U.S. showing what's supposed to be radioactive fallout. I don't know what to say if the link doesn't work. The link is literally just cut and pasted. It's a Fox 4 News link. I don't own the rights to the picture. I don't have. At some point, I might get the rights to the picture, but I don't have it right now. But go to Fox 4 News. Yeah, I mean, so that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know what this said. I mean, it's possible this person had some serious mental issues. I don't know. I mean, it's terrible what happened, obviously. But again, they literally have a picture on Fox 4's website of this sign on the car that says radioactive fallout from nuclear formations that have passed over these areas more than 2x since 1951. And it has a map of the U.S. and I guess it's supposed to be showing you where the radioactive fallout has traveled. Oh, it says nations. It's weird because the picture seems to suggest nations. But the quote in the article says radioactive fallout from nuclear formations. That's a little, one of our viewers pointed out that the picture seems to suggest the word is, well, nations, but maybe some nations at the end of the word. Anyways, so I'm literally looking at the article. The picture is the picture, and literally the quote in the article says the sign reads radioactive fallout from nuclear formations. Oh, detonations? While the article says the word is formations, the photo seems to suggest the word has the letters nations. Some viewers, some followers, some have suggested the word is actually detonations. Yeah, detonations that some of you are saying makes more sense. So maybe it's radioactive fallout from nuclear detonations that have passed over these areas more than 2x since 1951. Yeah, that makes more sense. Anyways, sorry, I saw the sign and I saw what was written in the article, and I didn't think to just really check the sign to make sure that all the letters matched up. So I agree with you guys who are saying detonations makes more sense. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I missed? I missed this from Homeland Security. Some of you probably saw this. Maybe you sent it to me. There's been a bunch going on. Phaetuck's Network posted it too. I follow them and I just missed their post. Hey guys, Homeland Security posted an update a half an hour ago. Thanks to Phaetuck's Network for reposting, because I had missed this before. So look, Homeland Security says, this morning, a deranged gunman attacked a U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement ICE Dallas field office from a nearby rooftop. The shooter fired indiscriminately at the ICE building as well as at a van in the Sally Port where the victims were shot. Okay, so they say that the shooter fired at the building, also at a van on the side of the building where the victims were shot. 3 detainees were shot. 2 are dead. The other is in critical condition. Oh, terrible. The gunman was found with a self-inflicted gun wound. We can confirm the shell casings were found with anti-ICE messages on them. This was an attack on ICE law enforcement. Homeland Security also says this horrific attack occurred amidst the 1,000% increase in assaults against ICE, they say. Politicians and media pundits must stop the vile lies and smears designed to demonize and dehumanize ICE law enforcement. This shooting must serve as a wake-up call to the far left that their rhetoric about ICE has consequences. DHS is working with partner agencies on the ground. Please join us in praying for the victims and their families. President Trump and Secretary Noem stand with the men and women of ICE. So, again, this is from a half an hour ago. I'm sorry, I just hadn't seen it yet. So Homeland Security does confirm that 3 detainees were shot. 2 are dead. 1 is in critical condition. They say that some shots were fired at the building. Other shots were fired at a van on the right in the Sally Port. Hold on, I'll show you here. On the right here. On the right of the building, there is a enclosed area with vans in them. So they said the 3 detainees were hit. The victims were shot in a van. And this appears to be the building, the roof of which the shooter shot from. And that car right there, apparently, according to Fox 4 News, has a sign on it that says radioactive fallout from nuclear, it appears to say detonations, have passed over these areas more than 2x since 1951. So the sign, I think, is on the other side of the car. But Fox 4 News posted a photo of that sign. I will post a link again to the Fox 4 News article with the photo of the sign on the car. Right on the right there, right rear of the car, I believe that is the sign in the picture on the Fox 4 site with a map of the U.S. right there at the bottom there. See the white square? Again, that sign appears to say radioactive fallout from nuclear detonations have passed over these areas more than 2x since 1951. So, Homeland Security says shots hit both the building and a van to the right in the Sally Port of the building, where 3 detainees were shot. 2 of them were killed, and 1 is in critical condition. I wonder how many shots were fired. Oh, also, guys, one of our viewers mentioned what is this? There's a photo of bullet holes inside the building. Photos of bullet holes inside the building. We're losing the helicopter, it looks like. Let me show you this. So I'm going to show you the photos of bullet holes at the Dallas field office. Again, it looks like we're losing the helicopter. It's got to refuel, I assume, at a certain point. So, but I'm glad that we were able to have that. I'll let you know if we get more footage to show you. But for the moment, I want to show you something else. I just saw this. One of the viewers, thanks to the viewer who messaged in, and this is another post I missed from earlier. There's been a lot going on. We've been looking at that helicopter footage. So thanks to the viewer, Earl Cooley. Thanks, Earl, who mentioned it. So Tricia McLaughlin, who's with DHS, posted 2 photos of bullet holes at the ICE building. So here it is. Right there. These are... Let me show you these. I got to pull them up on the screen so you can see them. Look at this. This is one of the bullet holes. Look at that. You can see the building. That is the building right there. That is the building that police have been at. The Immigration Abogados building. So you can see there's the building police have been looking at in the window, and that is a window at the ICE facility. Wow, it's lucky nobody inside was hit. This was at around 6:40 a.m. Whoa. That was sorry about the loud music. That was from the AP scene. From the AP footage. Hold on, are they done? All right, good, we're back. Wow. That was loud. Sorry about that. Just came on all of a sudden. So that is a picture from inside the ICE field office of a bullet hole. And the bullets were, again, apparently being shot by the guy on the roof of the building that you see there. And then here is another picture right there of a bullet hole in a frame of 2 bullet holes. Look at that. That's inside the ICE office. I wonder if there just weren't a lot of people there because, it was like 6:40 in the morning. But that's in the ICE office. That's a framed flag, and it has 2 bullet holes in the case. Wow. Remember, just a few months ago, somebody went and shot at the remember the guy who went and shot at the CDC building? He shot a bunch of shots at that building. Remember that in Atlanta? So we've had this, we've had the CDC shooter, we had the Charlie Kirk assassination. I mean, there's obviously been other, I'm not talking about all of history, I'm just talking about recent months. Yeah, a police officer was killed in that shooting when he showed up to the scene in the Atlanta shooting. I don't think anybody in the building at the CDC was hit in that shooting. Anyways, new photos of bullet holes inside the ICE Dallas field office. And let me just put up again that shot of the bullet that where is it here? The Kash Patel post showing the, where is it? I know I posted it. Did I not post it? That's weird. Oh, it's there. He did. It's here. I think he fixed the picture. Here is the picture of the ammunition that Kash Patel posted. You can see that there. By the way, thank you so much to hold on a second here. Thanks, Sharp710. Sharp710. The chat is for comments on the news. If you have questions or concerns regarding the modding, the mods all have on every platform a email address or a link where you can contact them and express your concerns, and they'll be happy to discuss it with you. So the mods you can ask them for it, or they can post it in the chat, but please keep the chat messages about the news topic. Thank you so much, Sharp710. I appreciate it. Thank you also to Stephen. Stephen thinks the rounds are 8x57 Mauser. I know nothing about this. So Stephen thinks they are Greek surplus. That I do not know. Thank you, Stephen, for your support. Thank you, Katya T. and Nina Drew, Count Financula, Scott Webster, Kane827, thank you, Catherine Thomas. I wonder what President Trump is going to say about this. ABC Eyewitness News says there is a chase going on in Orange County with a passenger being held against their will in a truck. And the passenger has been trying to open the door. I can't just steal footage of a car chase. But letting you know about that. ABC7 posted about it. They are covering it. ABC7 LA. Oops, sorry. Thank you also, Kane827, for your support. Oh, also thank you to Count Financula for the gift memberships. Thanks, Count Financula. And also CC on Twitch, CC143, guy from the 207 as well, and Who Shot JR on Twitch. I would love to be able to get you an update from President Trump. I don't know what he's going to, he hasn't posted about this yet. I don't know if he's going to make some big announcement, but nothing yet from President Trump about this. And I haven't heard something about any kind of new press conference or anything. Somebody said, Ryan Lowe, the chase is insane. Why not cover it? I cannot steal anything I want from the internet. The internet is not my personal treasure chest where I can just take anything I want and put it on my channel for free. I can only show you video I have the rights to. When the helicopter video I showed you, it's because I paid for it. So I do not have the rights to helicopter, to the footage of the car chase. That is why I cannot cover it. I didn't get to show you this full screen before. I do want to show it full screen. This is what Homeland Security... I mean, this is basically the latest update here. The latest update is this morning a deranged gunman, says Homeland Security, attacked a U.S. ICE Dallas field office from a nearby rooftop. The shooter fired indiscriminately at the ICE building as well as at a van in the Sallyport where the victims were shot. 3 detainees were shot. 2 are deceased and the others in critical condition. The gunman was found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We can confirm the shell casings were found with anti-ICE messages on them. We have seen one shell casing with anti-ICE, the words anti-ICE written on it, from Kash Patel. I don't know what the other messages supposedly were. This was an attack on ICE law enforcement, says Homeland Security. This horrific attack occurred amidst the 1,000% increase, they say, in assaults against ICE. Politicians and media pundits must stop the vile lies and smears designed to demonize and dehumanize ICE law enforcement. This shooting must serve as a wake-up call to the far left that their rhetoric about ICE has consequences. DHS is working with partner agencies on the ground. Please join us in praying for the victims and their families. President Trump and Secretary Noem stand with the men and women of ICE. Okay, well, I really would like to get you a comment from President Trump, but I don't have one yet. Maybe he'll make some big announcement about this, I don't know. But that's the latest we have right now. And Fox News has identified the shooter as 29-year-old Joshua Jan, J-A-H-N, J-A-H-N. Thank you, by the way, to I Am Charlie. Hang on a second. Thank you, Josh Man, as well. Ryan Lowe apologized. Apology accepted, Ryan. People are saying the car chase is over. Oh, did Trump actually post something? I just went to Trump's True Social. I don't see anything there. Did he post on X and not post on True Social? No, there's nothing on X. I'm literally at Trump's True Social. Look. This is Trump's True Social. The last thing is 15 hours ago. Fox News says ICE deputy director says assuming gun was a long-range weapon. Let me see if I can see what she's saying here. Give me a moment. Give me one moment here.
just weeks ago.
Hold
we
on,
had the
hold on, hold on, hold
Prayer-Land
on.
attack.
Let me see if I can see if she's saying anything new. I need... Why can I not get this? I have to go back and see. They are talking to somebody from the ICE deputy director on Fox News, and I was just going to see if she said anything earlier. Okay, let me just see. I'm watching right now to see what she said. Trying to. She said it's an ongoing investigation. She said the shooter was firing indiscriminately. Well, we've heard that throughout the whole building. Shooter was at a building nearby. We knew that already. Right, across the parking lot. That we knew. Okay. We showed you the couple photos before of things of places in the building that had been hit. Okay. By the way, thanks to Lula A. Bell. Thanks to Lula. I'm just seeing if she said anything else I want to mention here. She said, we found bullets in the entire building that punctured the facility. So he was shooting around the building, not just the sally port. The deputy director of ICE. Hang on. All right, here's what we're going to do. Here is what we are going to do. So, we've been bringing you live updates about this today. And I don't have the helicopter shot anymore. We showed you that for a while. And, I mean, there may be a press conference later today. President Trump may speak later today. I have no idea. But I need to eat something because we've been on the air for a while. And I don't have that many updates I can bring you right now. So what I think I'm going to do, is start wrapping up this stream. But if there's big news, we can come on the air and do another stream. That's what I think I'm going to do. Because I need to take a break. But again, if there's big news, we can do another stream. But I need to take a break and do that. And I don't have much new I can give you right at the moment. So why don't I do that while I have the chance? I'm going to do that while I have the chance. So I really do appreciate you joining us for our live coverage. Certainly condolences to the families of the two people who were killed. And I hope the person who was severely injured survives, reportedly severely injured. Homeland Security said that one person was in critical condition and the 2 others are deceased. And the shooter took his own life. So, but again, condolences to the families of the victims and hope that person in critical condition survives. If there's big news on this, we'll come on and do another live stream. I will also post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news coverage when we're not live. And it's @Lookner. I just posted the link in the chat. And if you want, you can subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. And I would suggest turn on our notifications. I can never tell you in advance. I don't know when all big news is going to happen in advance. But if you turn on notifications, if you sign up for our free notifications, you will get sent a notification whenever we go live. It's really reliable. It works really well, and it's free to sign up. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the link to the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this broadcast. I do also very much appreciate all of our moderators who have been here, busy in the chat today as usual, and our moderators are the ones who allow us to have chat rooms, allow people to be with different views to be able to come together and discuss news events without it getting out of hand and keeping it respectful. So thanks to all of our moderators. Janet B, for example, over there on YouTube. Thank you, Janet. And all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there before today. Danny James, thank you, Danny. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, 13 Alamo, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Riff Tracks, all moderating there. And all of our other Twitch moderators, big thanks. Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, and all of our other Facebook moderators who have been there, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, thanks for moderating. Thank you, moderators. And thanks to everybody for your support of the channel as well. Hopefully I thanked everybody before. Let's see. Did I get everybody? I think I did. So thanks for supporting the channel and allowing the channel to exist and be able to buy news footage and stuff like that. Thanks so much for your support. Another good way to find out when we're live, follow the channel on X. If you're on X, @Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there as well, @Agenda Free TV. Oh, I should mention something else. I really appreciate people sending in updates, letting me know what you're hearing, people in the chat, people writing to me on X. It's very helpful. A lot of times I'll hear stuff first from people in our chat or people writing to me. So thank you for letting me know what you're hearing and helping with the coverage here. Karen Moore, our viewer, says, it's still hard for me to believe only detainees were hit. Intake has to have people guards accepting. Well, I mean, the one thing I can say is the people hit were in a van, right? The person fired at both the building and the van area, the parking area there, and at that point, maybe it looks like the van might have been facing away from the shooter. So maybe that's just who was in the line of fire. If the person, maybe the only employee or employees were in the front of the van and not in the back of the van. I can't speak to it, but it was about 6:40 in the morning. But there were also shots that didn't hit anybody. I mean, the building had been hit by shots and nobody was hitting the building. So, that's one possible reason for this. But it certainly looked like when we were watching it that the van that might have been hit was facing away from the shooter. What was I going to say? We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's free. It's on Discord. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So if you want, check out our Discord chat. Also, I would thanks to our Discord mods for all you do, by the way. And I would suggest if you watch us on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. That's another very helpful way to find out when we're live. YouTube notifications. To do that, you got to subscribe. Then you click the bell and you choose all notifications. So again, subscribe to the channel, click the notifications bell, and choose all notifications. That's to turn on the Notifications. By the way, shout out to AZ Intel, who for your reporting today and sent me some messages about this. So I appreciate your reporting. AZ Intel on X, who I follow over there at, I want to make sure I get the handle right, at AZ_Intel_. Thank you. Also, I want to thank our Facebook subscribers who subscribe and support the channel over there, like Robert Real II, Chuck Mosca, Sharon Klassen-Goslin, Diane Allworth, Jennifer Ellers, Shannon Davis Hughes, and Shannon Davis Hughes was moderating too. Thank you, Shannon. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Also, thanks to Paul Anderson for moderating over there. Thank you, Facebook subscribers. And our Twitch subscribers, thank you for all your support, like Quantica, Wall Street, and Shaggy, and Chester Copperpot. Chester Copperpot. Thank you for subscribing. Matthew Kohai 3, Gonzalez, Quake Clouds, I Got That Fire, Douthis, Billy Joe, and all of our other subscribers. I Dunno Kev, Red Eye Shell, Dr. Thickfinger, all of our other subscribers over on Twitch, thank you. And our YouTube members, people like Coggles, Ronald Kame, Evelyn in Maine, G.O., CAC813, J.K. St. R, Jean Romaine, Postmodern, Volpe Fox, Mr. Classic, Postmodern, Janelle C., Frosty, Batman, Fred Flintstone, Cindy, Detective Wisdom, thanks for being members, Evelyn in Maine, Evelyn VAZ, Macro Geek, Jean Romaine, Thomas Darwin, Cindy J, John Flick, Neo Nico, Eli Betts, Moragai N.E., Tallulah A. Bell, The One and Only, Eric Johnson, Hassel DeHoff, Waltham Space Fraggle E. Ronan, Saver 40, Sydney, Gary Baines, Confidence in God, Postmodern, all of our other members, thank you. I'm going to do one last check here. One of our viewers wrote in, I just got this from a viewer, claiming that there was a helicopter possibly flying over the person's home. I just saw that from Blue Ivy. I'll have to look and see on Flight Radar 24. I forgot to check Flight Radar 24. I mean, it would certainly... Oh, hold on a second. President Trump just posted. But it wasn't about this. Guys, President Trump posted two things, but it's not about this. So, just so you can see what I'm looking at here. 3 minutes ago, the Democrats want illegal aliens, many of them violent criminals, to receive free health care. He posted about that. And then he said also 8 minutes ago, he says, I've decided that no meeting with congressional leaders will be productive. Talking about the budget, I believe. That's not about this. So he did just post those two things. So, but nothing about this yet. So maybe he'll post about this soon. And One of our viewers claimed that there was a helicopter over the home of the shooter, which could be true. I mean, certainly I would expect authorities to go to the home of the shooter. But I hadn't seen reporting about authorities there. Let's see. Well, I mean, you can look here. There's doubt. I don't know specifically where this was. Oh, maybe the viewer said. I think the viewer gave me a number for it. Let's see here. Was this it? There it is, right there. Yeah, so a viewer pointed out that there is a TV helicopter flying around this area, which looks like north of Dallas. I don't know if this is the home of the shooter, but there is a TV helicopter up there. Maybe police are at the person's home. I haven't checked all of the Dallas stations to see if they're showing any helicopter footage right now. But anyways, I'm going to keep an eye on things, and I'll post updates. And if there's huge news, we can come back on the air. Oh, hold on a second here. By the way, Peyton Yeager posted a mugshot. So Peyton Yeager posted a mugshot. I missed this as well, and I just reposted it of the shooter, according to Fox 4 Dallas. It's not the current mugshot. It's not a mugshot from today. He's dead, but it's a previous mugshot from Collin County, Texas. So I just posted a link to the Fox 4 post, to the Fox 4 photo of Joshua Jan, which is similar to other photos unconfirmed photos I have seen of him posted today. So I just saw that as well. Sorry, I missed that before. But that I just posted. Sorry, I miss some of these things, and then I catch them right at the end. Yeah, and some people sent me links to the map, the radioactive fallout map that is on a sign on the guy's car, apparently, the suspected shooter's car. So thanks, everybody, for writing in. Sorry, I missed some of the messages before. I'm going to do one last check. I know I said I'm getting off the air, but I'm going to do one last check and make sure I don't see anything brand new. I'm going to do one last check here. And then if there's big news, we can come back on the air. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Again, I have reposted a picture from Peyton Yeager of Fox 4, who posted a picture of what they say the shooter looks like. What used to look like. Shooter's not alive anymore. So I posted that on my X account. And I am not seeing at the moment any other big update right now. All right. So again, I will post updates on my X account. If there's big news, we'll come back on the air. We're wrapping up this stream right now. Thank you so much for being here for our live stream. Again, thank you to our moderators. And we will, this has been our live coverage of the shooting at the Dallas ICE field office. Sadly, 3 people shot, 2 of them dead, 1 in critical condition, all of them detainees, ICE detainees, shot by a man on top of a nearby building who took his own life. And if you missed it, we talked about, I don't want to go over everything now. Kash Patel, director of the FBI, said one of the bullets had anti-ICE written on it, or one of the unused pieces of unused ammunition had anti-ICE written on it. Officials are saying, U.S. federal officials are saying this is a targeted attack on ICE. So that is it for now. Thank you for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.